Can you guys hear me? I can't hear you guys.
No, you can't hear us?
Oh, now I can.
Okay, so Angus, can you sit in on consent and consent with conditions?
I can.
Oh, and I should turn my mic on. That's why you can't hear me. Yeah, okay, so consents. If there are no concerns or objections, could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved.
Okay, so that, we'll say that one came from Abby, okay? So Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Okay, Connie?
Aye.
And I am in favor. So that covers our consent agenda. Now we move to, sorry? Oh, Joe's here. Okay, so Joe, you want to sit on it, and both of you, actually, Angus and Joe, both of them are on Zoom. Do you both want to sit on consent with conditions? Let's see. Looks like, to my eyes, it does not look like any of us need to recuse. Can I have a motion on that?
So moved.
Thank you, Abby. Okay, so on Abby's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, that covers consent and consent with conditions. There we go. Now we're to signs. Okay, back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. They would started saying that at planning board.
Mr. Acting Chair.
Yeah. Well, they didn't say Mr., but I think it's okay. Mr., Mrs. Okay, signs, we have a recommendation from the sign committee to hold 28 Center for a master sign plan and something else that,
May I?
yes.
So I would move to follow sign committee's recommendations on this, which is basically to hold.
Yes.
Okay?
On Ray's motion, Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
okay, carries. Commission Q&A with preservation planner. This is that portion of the meeting where we get to, having reviewed historical references and staff comments, ask Holly questions as her preservation planner liaison from the town. And in addition to that, I will read the historical reference material prior to the application. So I think at this point, it'd be helpful if you have design questions or historic reference questions to focus on those two elements. We're just going to go from the top of the list in the way Holly presented them, I think. Is that how you have yours? And is it 3 Nantucket?
No, 6 Westover is the first one, I believe.
Okay, I actually was looking for the pronunciation, but I'm going to go with the way I printed them off the town site. So they have them by,
It should be in that order of the agenda.
yeah, 3 Nantucket Way is first, the new dwelling. Okay, well, I'm looking at staff oh, I didn't see that one. Okay,
It
6
is-
Westover. Thank you. Need some glasses.
On that, Mr. Chair, you will see that there's a slight change from my staff comments from last week on this one to now, because the applicant did provide some additional information based on, what was it, options, and I've indicated in there which options that I would. I've indicated which options I would go with. Options B for both the front door and the side door.
Okay, thank you, Holly, especially since I didn't print that one. My apologies.
Is this Westover?
Any questions for Holly on 6 Westover? Okay, 6 Nantucket Way, new dwelling. Any questions? Noting the abutters have comments, some of which pertain to HDC purview, some of which do not. Okay, 3 Nantucket Way, the new garage.
So wait, so Holly makes her critiques the application, but we're not going to open it?
So,
This is the portion of the meeting that we review the staff comments that we previewed. So we have an opportunity to ask Holly if we have any questions. The idea.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, that we voted on was that we get them in writing in advance so we can prepare to ask questions. So that's what we're doing now.
Yeah, I just had something on 6.
You have one on,
The 6 Westover.
okay, let's back up and have that answered. Go ahead.
Okay, so, you know that front door that they want to make like a craftsman? So, my feeling is that that door with the big window in it is actually, there are a lot of them around, and I think they're almost, I would almost say they're historic, even though they're probably from the 30s or 40s. But I was wondering what other people thought about that. Because I just think taking out a door that's actually historic and putting in a brand-new one on an antique house is, you know, why would you do that?
Okay, so to avoid open meeting law violation, because we didn't post discussion at this point, we're just sticking to questions to Holly, and then we'll be discussing the subject matter when we actually open the application.
Okay.
You can answer, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I would agree with you that door that's been on there, this is a about 1890s structure. That door that's on there is more than likely from that time frame, 1930s-ish. If I had a say in it, I would say keep the existing, but out of the two that they're proposing, the second, which was option B, would be preferable, which is a 4 light and, I'm sorry, 2 light on the top and then the panels down below.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that.
Okay. Linda, please, I want to maintain decorum. Okay, so we're back to 3 Nantucket Way. We didn't have questions on the new dwelling, the new garage, the new cabana. Any questions, Holly, on comments or recommendations? Pool in the hardscape, same address. Any questions on the comments or recommendations? Okay, 8 Sandwich Road, infill, non-historic structure in Monomoy. Any questions on staff comments or recommendations? Okay. 8 Sandwich Road, infill garage. Any questions on comments or recommendations? Let's see, 156 Nantucket Road. Any questions? Holly, I just wanted to confirm, so you were just clarifying that there was a previous submittal in 2024 for the pickleball court. It was not approved versus it hasn't been acted on?
Correct, it was not approved.
Okay, that's good, thank you. 1517 Pilgrim Road. Questions for Holly on the historic information, scope of work, staff comments, recommendations? Holly, you're saying formally location of the HD survey, and you give the circuit date and what it was. So formally location of HDC survey, Nantucket 1786, was a circa 1973 ranch?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can explain. what
Yeah,
the-
yeah.
If you ever see this annotated on anything, it says NAN, and then a number like this. These are reference to the Macris surveys at the Massachusetts Historical Commission, and I try to provide that information for context.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, 3 Novadear Ave, similar information, noting too, this was dwelling approved for move-off demo. Any questions for Holly on? Okay. Pool and hardscape at the same address? I like how you add the not visible time of inspection, no grade change. Oh, you know what I was gonna ask? I don't think this is an issue at all, but it would be really great to actually have these inserted in the job file, in the HCC file.
you must have mentioned.
Do you, Mr. Chair, do you mean in the file that we put out back?
Yeah, is that already done?
That's done on a regular basis.
Okay, super, because I just, I don't go pawing through those, so I wanted to make sure that that was done. Okay, thank you. One Cliff Lane is infill. Questions for Holly? Scope, comments, recommendations. 93 Main Street, East Brick. Habs is our historic advisory.
HABS is Historic American Building Survey.
Oh, my goodness, I
It's
should
the
know
big
that.
one.
That's the big HABS.
Yes, okay. So that's the documentation, portion of the documentation you included, or no, that's our local survey? I noticed there were several pages I didn't.
Yes, so what I've actually included was an extensive history that NPT did, as well as a Historic American Building Survey information when they did this, I think back in the 80s.
Perfect. And I noticed the image of the exterior view of the sunroom on the second floor porch is included too, so that's helpful.
Yes.
Okay. There's a lot of good information here. Does anyone have questions for Holly? Okay, and that continues over onto a second page, which we're going to jump into with both teeth when we get to that one. 12 Baltimore Ave, Nantucket. Questions? Okay, let's see. That question you actually answered. Page 2 is my annotation. 2 Hamblin Road. Infill. Questions? 2 Dukes Road. Any questions? Holly, I just want to confirm that this was set up to be this was approved as a move-off only versus a demo?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And the move-off only, yes, basically this is a revision to that one.
Okay. Yeah, no one has put out a claim for it, which is unfortunate. Hold on, Linda, you're going to get a chance to speak when we open that up. Okay, 25 Hussey Street. Any questions? Holly, it indicates the garage HTC survey has no date. Do you have an idea of, is there anything on the record that would give you a approximate date, or?
I believe 40s, 50s.
Okay. So mid-century. Okay. Thank you, that's helpful. 22 Vestal, infill within the OHD, hardscape. And we're gonna dig into that. 4 East Chestnut, also known as 2 East Chestnut, also known as Town Restaurant. Any questions? I mean, we'll have some lively discussion on that later. Anything CLG related?
Nothing since last week.
I heard that the chair of the HTC and the Historic Commission are maybe going to get together with you and talk about some projects that you're working on?
Yes, that is definite new as of the last week. And the Historical Commission actually meets this coming up Friday this week. So if there's anything that comes out of that, I'll let you know. But yes, be happy to have a little more collaboration between the two commissions for CLG.
Okay, yeah, let's see if we can get that going. Okay, thank you, Holly. We appreciate you being here available. We more than appreciate the comments. And I think once we are really in here with previewing that information, it's going to be a strong tool for us, already for me. Okay, so thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, Holly.
We are going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is new business of January 21st. Was a view and 137 Old South Road rooftop solar. Hey, Tobias.
Good evening, Chair Welch. Sorry for my hat hair. It's a bit brisk.
It's a good windy day for it.
It is a good windy day for it. 137 Old South Road, this is the new laundry facility that was built after the old one burned down at Marine Home Center for Nantucket Island Resorts. It washes a large amount of our laundry on the island. It's an industrial facility. It's a metal standing seam roof. There's currently a large amount of vent pipes and whatnot, two main ones at least on the,
West.
on the western, face. And we're just looking to install solar on the structure. I'm happy to answer any questions. It is I'd say like a tan roof, or a brownish off gray roof. And there is some screening in the front of it, some nice spruces.
Okay, thank you. So the board will be myself, Abby, Ray, Angus, and Joe. And who'd like to begin?
I had a question.
Go ahead, please.
Oh, just, this seems like the perfect situation for a full array. And so I see some missing pieces out of it. And I'm just curious, are those for pipes and mechanicals coming out of the roof?
Yeah, there's two, it's mainly for pipes. To the western face, there's two huge vent pipes. On the eastern roof plane, there's some smaller ones, and we're gonna do our best to try to move some of those. But I wanted to submit, with none of them being removed just for clarity. But there's a number of vent pipes in this roof.
Thank you.
Thanks. Angus, you want to go ahead and start?
I think because of the industrial nature of the area and the building and the shallow pitch and starting at 2 stories, I don't have any concerns.
Thank you. Let's see, right?
Yeah, I'm in the same camp. I would say that of the two elevations, the western one is probably more visible, particularly given this location. People coming from the east are going to be on that sort of beat up portion of Old South Road that leads down to Tomahawk. And it's right where Nobodere Farm turns off. So to the extent that you're able to create the monolithic facade on the west, right now you're almost there. You have, looks like 8 panels missing.
Yeah, I believe it's 12, and if we can get some more in, we will.
Yeah, but I'm with Angus in that I think it's very similar to the stuff we did over at Sun Island. All those little metal buildings have solar on them now. And because they're such shallow roof pitches, I think it's an effective way to do it where it's going to be of low visibility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Joe?
Did you hear me okay there?
Yeah.
Thank you.
What did he say?
I think he said he's good with it. Abby?
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah, no, I was going to say add some more trees, but looking at it more closely, it looks like you've already. Yeah, and I agree with Ray. The west is the most prominent going out of town. So yeah, I'm good with it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. So I think that leaves me, industrial location, no concerns. Glad it doesn't have that mountain mound that the structure next door has with the trees on it, which there's this huge
Oh,
mound
yeah.
with trees
What's up
on
with the
it.
mound?
I think it was an HTC HIDA tool that
The mound was?
must have been a
That's
test
like
case.
that looks
we
like an
didn't-
illegal dirt mound, as
Yeah.
far as I'm concerned.
I think you could lodge a complaint with the building department.
I think I might.
Okay, what would you like to do, folks?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, on your motion, Joe.
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thanks, Tobias. I think that
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice evening.
23 Ocean Ave, held to March 18th, prior notice given, timely. 6 West Dover fenestration. Let's see. I am looking for staff comments.
Yeah, me too.
That's the one I didn't.
That's the one she changed.
Yeah, Linda, why don't you go ahead and I'll,
And I don't want that one. We need the other one, the second part. There are 2 parts on the view packet. Need number 2. There you go. Are you sitting?
yeah, I'm just checking.
All right, so who's sitting? Not this one. It's the set, there are 2 things in the view packet. The second one is the one you need to pull up. Number 2.
Okay.
Okay,
Go down.
Linda, why don't you walk us through this concisely?
I don't think that's the right one. I just looked at it this afternoon. So who's sitting? Is it Connie or Joe?
It's Connie and the regular members.
So alternate is Joe.
Me, Abby, Angus,
Okay.
Ray. And
When it first came in, it came in with Anderson. There we go. When it first came in, it came in with Anderson's, and that was not going to fly. So they've agreed to do Boston Sash, Nantucket profile. And the front door, as Holly said earlier, she preferred the 4-panel with the 2 top lights, and that's fine because it's not really a Craftsman type of structure. It's from the 1890s. And the side door was a 15 light. They've changed that to a 12 light with a kick panel. And we're changing the windows into 6/6. And if you looked at your historic packet on number 1, it had 6/6 windows. I spent hours combing through the NHA photos, and I found the one picture of this structure from like 1900 or just after it was built, and it had all 6/6 windows. So our proposal to go to 6/6 windows sort of works with it. So we put in a new window schedule, changed both doors, and we're fixing that front dormer, which was actually not on there in the 1957 aerial. So that front dormer, full shed dormer on the old pictures really didn't appear there until more recently compared to the age of the building, but the windows were ganged and they were oddly placed, so we're replacing the windows so they're more appropriate to the structure and spaced out better.
Okay. Let's see, any questions for Linda? Okay, so the historical information is that this is NPT and PEN, circa 1860. NHL data is circa 1890. As we all know, it's a contributing structure within the old historic district.
Yep.
1.5-story, 5-bay colonial revival. You may not know this is formerly the home of Don Allen Sr.
Yeah,
I do now.
he had his basket weaving thing in the back L when they added that.
The old Don Allen basket weaving operation.
Yeah, everybody had one.
And you're clarifying that the application is not for Anderson, it's for Boston Sash?
Boston Sash, there's a whole new window schedule in here. If you turn around, you can see how poorly that front dormer was spaced out with those lovely little windows.
And those are Boston Sash STL?
They're all going to be by SGL, yeah.
Okay, just, I want to understand what we're looking at.
No triple tracks, thank you.
That's more appropriate. 6-light 2-panel door, not appropriate for this vernacular. 6-panel with 2 lights, more appropriate. 2 1-panel windows, and the front dormer is a later contemporary alteration. Adding more windows of that type exacerbates the dormer modification. To kick panel side light door.
Yep.
Okay, so who would like to begin?
I can.
Connie?
I had this on consent, and that was my concern. I saw the Anderson windows, but now that I know that it'll be Boston Sash, I feel much more comfortable with this, and I would agree with option B for the door and the side door. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And can we go back to the options?
Stephen, can we just toss in
Oh,
some?
sorry, Mickey.
Oh, sorry.
And I object as usual.
No shade there. Go ahead.
No, thank you. Just for the record, this is Mickey Rowland, representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which is myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, and Diane Coombs. And we don't have much to add to Holly's comments. Her recommendations on the doors are what we would go with the one caveat that maybe the original front door might be appropriate to keep. And then there was a discussion in our group about maybe because of the proximity to the road, that perhaps TDLs on the main mass that right on the road might be more appropriate than the SDLs. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do I get to respond to that or not?
No, right, not yet.
'Cause we're long past
We will have
that.
an opportunity to clarify positions and try to sway our regulatory authority in a moment. Why don't you hear the input from the members and we'll go from there. Connie went, Ray?
I'm generally good with this, so a few questions though. One, why is the front door being replaced?
It's disintegrating on the inside, and it's not the original front door.
Too
I mean,
bad.
if you,
It's a
like
nice
Abby
style.
prefers.
So what I'm not finding here is
I have
the alternative ones that you're suggesting.
It's right there.
Where?
Probably up higher.
I'm looking at my little
Keep going.
tablet, but I'm not.
You're looking at the wrong attachment. Keep going. Right there. Wait, too far. Back down, right there. Holly and prefers
Oh,
B.
you like the one on the.
On the right.
Right-hand side.
Yeah. She didn't like the Craftsman style.
I think she said it wasn't appropriate.
It's not appropriate. And I agree.
Okay, well, I'll respect that because, I happen to like those doors, but if it's not period sensitive, then I would be okay with the other door, which is, much more. Actually, there's far more of them around, et cetera, so I'm okay with that one.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Angus?
I'm okay with the switching to 6/6. The side French door, would be the option B with the kick panel.
Yep.
And as far as the front door, I would imagine with West System or some other kind of epoxy that could be repaired and preferably saved as opposed to replacing. The Craftsman door, I don't think is appropriate, and the 6 panel seems modern with this structure with the glass in the top. So I would be happier with it with it being wood rather than glass in the top. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said, although I would like to just restore that door because it may not be exactly period, it may be later, but I think it's still historic because it's probably from the 30s or 40s. I've got one in my front door.
This door.
Yeah, that door, they're all over the place. They were done, I don't know, at some point, but anyway. And I like the idea of going to 6/6s.
Door cannot be restored. It's just shredded on
Anything
the
else,
inside.
Abby?
No, that's,
Okay, thank you. So I agree, I guess I'm not as concerned about the window change. I think the more appropriate door is the one, number 2. I think a more appropriate door would be like a 4-panel with, traditional 4-panel with 5 lights across. We see those, they're on Pleasant Street, it's close to there. But I understand the 2-light approach. Maybe throw some bottle glass or something in there and, that isn't gonna hurt. I'm more concerned with the windows. What's the, we're not approving storm windows, but I'd like to understand what the package we'll see is. Is that gonna have, I know they're SDL, what's gonna be the screen storm? Is it gonna be a triple track? Is it gonna be something else?
Not triple tracks.
Okay, what is it gonna be?
I don't know. Whatever comes with those. Boston Sash has a couple of different packages. Ray can probably speak to that better
But
than
it'll
me.
be a site applied or will it be factory applied?
If they come from the factory, fine, but they're not going to be triple tracks.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what it's gonna look like so that I know that being on, right on Westover, it's, the SDL isn't the main feature. It's behind a storm window or a screen.
Well, it's going to have a screen, for sure.
Okay, so there's gonna be a storm screen
Yeah.
apparatus.
A
Okay,
lot of them, you can get wood, you can get them all kinds of stuff.
okay, that's, I mean, obviously wood would be better than the triple track, but
Yeah, anything's better than triple
any
track.
further thoughts, anyone, or emotion?
Yeah, it's Angus. I just, I wanted to make sure that any storm panel isn't attached to the sash, that it's something that's covering the whole window.
Yeah, it won't be like a energy panel affixed to the lights at the Muttons. It's affixed to the jam extensions.
If there is an energy panel, it's going to be interior to the window.
So these will be more or less traditional storms.
Traditional.
That are typically applied with Boston sash.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good with that, Angus?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion?
Are we going to list the things we're changing
I
to?
think, yeah, if we're gonna change it, it should be an Exhibit A, and I think it should be somebody who's gonna actually do the Exhibit A.
What are we
Makes a
changing?
motion.
Well,
We're doing
I
the-
think that what Stephen meant and Abby is there were some selections, like kick panel on the side
Well,
door
12 light with a kick panel.
and B option for the front door, it
Yep.
sounds like.
They're both Bs, by the way.
Bs?
B is in boy.
option?
B is in boy. Both options are Bs. That side and the front.
Could it be as simple as that?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And you had applied for the 6/6, right? That
Yeah.
wasn't like something we just
I'd always had
decided.
the 6/6 because that was what was in the building when they built it.
Okay, so it's 6/6 is the application.
Okay.
So I believe the only thing we need to clarify is B option for the front door and B option for the side door,
Which,
right?
the Exhibit A could be the text written on the COA as a restriction condition.
Yeah, because this
that
is
your
in the,
motion?
this is
Yes.
in the packet now.
Okay, so Ray's motion is Exhibit A, which will be restriction condition notation on the COA.
Yep.
When you get it, you can just, right?
Yep.
Keep it simple.
Yep.
Ray, on your motion.
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
It's not Joe, it's Connie.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connie?
Aye.
Yes, you led. Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Great, thank you.
No. Yeah. It's just gonna write it on there. Exhibit A is the text. Should be Exhibit T.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
what is an exhibit restriction?
Exhibit A is that we're modifying the application subject to, pardon me?
No, I meant, what you said, exhibit
On
restriction.
the application, it says restriction conditions. So what I typically do, if I'm doing an Exhibit A that's text, I'll literally do Exhibit A, I'll circle restriction conditions and write in the text. And then there's no additional paperwork for anyone to turn in. It just simplifies the process. Yeah, no, sorry. We're the new and improved HDC.
Oh, the other one was pretty good.
Okay, let's see, we are gonna move on to, with me, 11 South Shore Road, new guest house. And do we have someone from Chip's office here?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
we have Chip Webster.
Chip Webster, in the flesh, virtually.
In the virtual.
All right.
And
Chip.
if I can share the screen, I would be delighted to walk you through it.
Yes, please.
All righty. And let me know when that comes up okay.
We're looking at it.
All right, Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant, who happens to be me. So this is an application for a guest house at my property at 11 South Shore Road. You can see the locus in the lower left. It's on the corner of Wero and South Shore Road. The plot plan on the right shows the location of it, proposed location, which is obviously behind the main house and behind an existing shed. Here's some existing photographs. We have a view from the street where you can see through the trees a little bit. My existing house is a view up the driveway. On that view up the driveway, it's sort of around the corner to the right. And then I walked in to get a closer picture of the existing house. The proposal would be to match everything on the existing as far as roof pitches, colors, materials, etc. These are the proposed elevations. The east elevation, which is in the upper right-hand corner, is what would be facing towards the driveway. The west elevation, it faces the rear of the lot. South elevation faces into the backyard. And the north elevation will be conveniently mitigated by a 40-foot high 13-unit condo building that's about 20 feet away from it over at Surfside Crossing. In any case, this is the door and window schedule and floor plan reflecting what we just talked about. I'll bring it back to the site plan and look forward to comments and questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Chip.
I left out, sorry.
Oh,
The
go ahead.
proposed height is 23 feet. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Let's see, your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Joe. And does anyone have any questions for
I
Chip?
have just one question.
Go ahead,
Well,
Abby.
it probably involves me just going. My only concern is from where Lane, all of that glass. Looking down the driveway, you're not going to see the whatever, south, I guess that's the south side, but you might be able to, I don't know about the vegetation. I don't think we have a picture from that vantage point, but maybe you can just answer that, Chip, like from where,
Absolutely.
where?
Yep. So you can see on the plot plan, when I purchased the property, it came with a no disturb restriction along the three sides of the property. So there's a 20-foot vegetative no disturb buffer in addition to the vegetation that's along the sides of where and then it is across from my property. I don't think that there would be. I'm sorry, I don't have a photo from where we're, but I think it would be pretty mitigated, or not even seeable. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chip. Thanks for the other photographs too, because that helps us get the picture. I would just say I would be okay with this if the vegetation was in that buffer, if that was either added to or just so we wouldn't see all that glass. Thank you. My only concern.
Thank you. Let's see, Ray.
Chip,
Yep.
you have a 7.5 and 12 roof pitch, which I think is far less than the roof pitch on your main building. Your main building looks like an 8 or maybe even a 9.
You might be correct. I was pretty sure we were matching it, but if you are correct, obviously, I would want to change it to match the existing house.
So you'd be looking at both of the gables kind of at the same time. So
Correct.
it'd be really great if they match. Now, in doing that, Chip, what's going to happen is your eave is going to fall below the meeting rail of the window, but I think that it doesn't really line up with the windows that are facing the road anyway. So like, I don't see that as a downside. I'd rather have the roof pitches
Match.
match. That's the word.
If I may, through the chair, I completely agree, and I might propose keeping the eaves matching the meeting rail and then just raising the peak, which might bring it up to 23.5 or 24 feet. It'd still be very
Chip,
short.
Let's hold on these gracious
Sorry.
offers to increase the height.
Okay.
I would rather not do that. I'd rather the eave went down. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Abby?
I went first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you did. Angus, I knew there was an A.
I had the same concern. about the shallow roof pitches, both the dormer and the main roof. And I think that the siding is going to mitigate the other issues, except for the balcony. Is that a glass uh, railing?
That is what is proposed, correct?
So that's my only other concern. So if that went to shingle, at least on the profile view facing east, those are my only three concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Joe?
Yeah, thought this could actually get taller. It looks like it's been sat on, so I would have no issue if you held the eave and this climbed up to 24 or 24 and a half. And I agree with Angus on the side of the second floor decks that if that were shingle, then the south elevation, if that's glass, I think that would be fine. And one final, this is a minor comment, but the east elevation door that is under the porch there where the clapboard is, I understand the clapboard is also reflected on the main house. I think there's an opportunity to make that door something more interesting than a 6 light, but I wouldn't hold up an approval because of that comment. That's it.
Thanks, Joe. I think that leaves me. So, Chip, I'm concerned about the height. I'm going into trance mode and I'm channeling Diane. And, second dwelling should be, I think, in the order of 21. Then it went to 22, then 23, and now we're talking 24, 25. That's concerning for a couple reasons, not with this application, not least of which is the first floor height is dramatically tall with 8-foot doors and no mud sill, and to offset that. And in addition, the roof pitch is so low that most, and the structure itself is so thin with respect to what creates the height of the gable, that this is just, must be a wonderful tall space inside in both the first and second floor, but I think it's inappropriate. I think that given a reduction of 1.5 feet in height with the ridge raised inclusive, and that it's approvable as it is, but the height otherwise, I think that the glass rail is going to be hidden partially from view, if not fully, by the vegetative buffer. Otherwise, I'd have a concern with that. And Chip, if you tell me it won't be hidden from view, then I want to switch it over to a traditional baluster and rail.
I'm here now. I'm looking out the window, and even with no leaves on the trees, I can't even see where we're at.
Okay, so to my mind, Chip, this isn't, Wero isn't an expansive land bank property with sweeping views where we might see the structure. There's one of those somewhere, I can't think of where it is, but this isn't that one, so I'm not as concerned about it. Thank you. What do we want to do, folks? Hold for revisions?
I think so.
Okay.
see it.
Height's the issue, Chuck.
Yeah, because there's a little bit of rocket ship going on, and to make it more would be
And cross-section of the building and revisions, is that your motion, Abby?
Yes,
Okay, all in favor, Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
I,
Angus,
Right.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Enjoy.
Bye, Chip.
All respectfully disagree. We're a agreeably disagreeing sometimes commission. Okay, let's see, we're gonna move on to 3 Nantucket. Is Dean with us?
I'm here.
Okay, Dean, main house, do you want us to flip through the pages, or are you gonna do it?
You can flip through.
Okay, so kindly direct staff as you present so they know what page to be on.
So I guess if you could go to the south elevation, east and south elevation page, and start there. So the south, there it is.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So the south elevation has by far the most exposure to Nantucket if you're driving down the road. I'm sorry, the east elevation. South elevation would have some exposure, but it mainly be the front porch on the left side of the gable. That second floor back deck wouldn't have any exposure. And the west and north elevation would have very little exposure. You wouldn't see anything on the west elevation. The height of it, going back to the west elevation, it's 28 and a half feet to the center of the gable end, above that picture window. Pretty small portion of the overall roof is at that height, drops down to 26 and a half feet on each side of that gable, and drops down to 24 feet where those dormered sections are. I provided photos and elevations of the two neighboring properties, to give, some reference to the heights. 5 Manitooks up to 29 feet. 1 Manitouk, gets up to 26 feet, or just under 26 feet, but has a widow's walk that does boost it up a bit. So the height I have here seems to be comparable to the other properties on the road. As far as the overall design of it, I tried to incorporate some features of each. The shape of the east elevation, I guess, is a little more similar to 5 Manitouk with the central gable end and front porch centered on that. I have the two shed dormer sections that are also a similar concept to 5 Manitouk. As far as everything else, I have 2/2 windows. Roof is proposed to be architectural asphalt in more black. The exterior trim, windows, doors, shutters proposed to be painted white, which is what they have on 1 Manitouk. I'd love to do a color, but on the exterior trim and shutters, if the board has a preference on that, but I just kind of played it safe with white, considering one is all white doors, trim, windows. And I think that's it.
Okay, any questions, for Dean? Before I do Holly's comments on the historic info, is brief. It's an infill dwelling outside the Wisconsin Old Historic District. You all have reviewed the design comments. Holly did note the abutters have concerns attached. I'll note that I presume that you read those, that some of them, in particular with respect to trees, are unfortunately outside of our purview. And some concern about the garage, house and garage being a Maury black and not cedar. Do we have Rob here?
Mr. Chair, we do.
Okay, Rob, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Am I coming through?
You are, loud and clear,
Oh.
go ahead.
Excellent, excellent. Mr. Chair, my name is Rob Benchley, and I represent the Wisconsin Advisory Group, which consists of myself, Clement Durkis, Mary Lathrop Will, and Caroline Ellis. And Mr. Chair, we weren't able to get together too much on this one because of people are away in warmer climates. God love them. But by way of a little history, you may be aware that this used to be a sort of a small crop farm that's sort of still in the extended family. And one of the reactions was that it being once being a farm, that the primary elevation might be a little too formal with the shutters and the formal front door. But other than that, like I said, we weren't able to really concentrate. And those are just some of my impressions. So thank you very much.
Okay, Rob, thanks for sharing, we appreciate it.
Yep.
The board is myself, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Connie. And who would like to begin?
I can.
Ray.
I really only have one major comment on this. And that is sort of to Rob's point or his group's point, the formality for me is this pediment that's over the door. You have like a farmer's porch, which is all well and good, but then appended to that, you've got a little pedimented porch that projects out again. I think that's unnecessary. I think that the house would just be calmer, quieter if that took a walk, I think is what John used to say. Took a hike,
Took a hike.
took a hike.
Nice.
There it is, that's it.
Thank you. Angus?
Ray just said it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I like that idea. Just a little bit more of the history. It was Bill Broughton's farm, and he used to be my caretaker when I lived out in Wisconsin. And he sold little vegetables on the corner of that new lane in Nantucket. But I think that's Ray's spot on with that. It just makes it just a little too formal. Otherwise, it does look like sort of a gentleman's farmhouse. So, what color are the shutters?
I had them as white, but like I said, like I've done white on every house I built out here, so I would love to do a color if that was acceptable.
Yeah, I think white is probably fine for the trim, because I think most of the houses are white down that lane. But I think a green might sort of give a little nod to its history.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Connie?
Yeah, I have really nothing else to add. I would be in favor of removing that pediment, and a color on the shutters would be okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So I agree with the pediment. I actually would take it a step further. For me, this is creating like a symbol. You've got the hip roof, the primary gable, the pediment. Removing the pediment, I think, is a huge step in the right direction. I would think as appropriate for this kind of farm look is to turn that into a shed roof. Take the hip roof concept, move it to the left, take the edge off the left side of the shed roof. It'll pick up the little jog pitch on the far left. And I think it'll help create a better sense of additive massing, which was a concern Holly had. And it starts to eliminate the competing front porch hip roof pitch and the main gable pitch, which I think creates a focal point that is not beneficial.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
Rob Benchley has his hand up.
Okay, let me finish and then
I
we'll
thought you were
go
finished.
to-
I'm sorry.
Thanks. I agree. I think I said with the colors. And what's the roof color, Dean?
More black.
Oh, right, this is the one. I mean, the house can carry the black. It would certainly be more appropriate and look so much more handsome with cedar, but I understand that asphalt shingles aren't quite yet as expensive as cedar. Okay, so those are my comments. And Holly had mentioned, I believe, a chimney, and I don't think that would be inappropriate. I think it would add,
Great.
from Nantucket Way, a nice element to it. Even if it were one of the secondary masses. While I'm looking at it, I think, sorry, Dean, but the concept of maybe dropping the top plates on the left and right additive masses so they don't line up with the eave of the primary structure, even if it was like 9 inches or a foot, I think would be beneficial. I don't think it's a deal breaker for me, but it just, if we go to an Exhibit A, it might be considered. If we go to revisions, I would certainly ask it be considered. Those are my particular thoughts. What would we like to do?
Can I ask you a comment? Question, Stephen?
Yeah.
Would it be an oversimplification of what you just said to say that you would go from a hipped farmer's porch to a shed farmer's porch? Or were you trying to wrap it around a corner?
No, I think it should be, I think it would go to a shed farmer's porch.
Okay, so
versus
that's
wrapping
it, just hipped roof to shed roof, which I would personally be fine with.
From corner board to corner board?
Pardon me?
You think from corner board to corner board?
Yeah, I don't have a concern with that.
Okay.
And then what about the shed portion on the left. Does anyone feel like that could be a hip on the left side?
That I don't care about.
Okay. Having clarified that point and we're all in agreement that the pediment goes, what would we like to do?
I think I would make a motion. If it's an exhibit A, maybe that you all could draw there, would you be willing to do that? With the hipped main porch becoming a shed. And I think it simplifies things as far as the corners, if it's inset a little bit and the roof dies into the face. Rather than having that sort of awkward triangle in the south elevation. With a hip on the adjacent shed roof and lowering the eave to the meeting rail of those flanking gables.
Okay.
That would be my motion.
All right, so that's going to be an exhibit A. I can work it up.
Can I make a second that for, just because, did we talked about the shutters, which are white right now?
Green.
Some people.
Green, a
Right.
dark green.
Should
or
we
green
add that
Essex.
to the,
And
motion?
an Essex green shutter color, Angus?
Yes.
I brought my
Okay.
thing.
So
Thank
that is, I'm sorry, was that?
Yes. Thank you for adding that, Abby. I meant to.
Okay, cool. So AKA Gardner green, depending on which color swatch you have and which paint store you go to. On Angus's motion, Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Ray,
All right,
let's see, Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an I. Okay, we're gonna move on to the garage, and Ray, I think this, we kind of have the, would you mind sharing this one and I'll do the
Not at all.
exhibit A?
okay.
Thank you.
Are you sitting on
Yeah,
it,
I'll sit,
Stephen?
I just,
Okay.
I'll focus on that instead.
Okay, so let's turn to the garage. Ah. Oh, yes, very straightforward. Yeah. Is there anything that you want to tell us about this garage?
It's yeah, like you said, pretty straightforward, nothing crazy going on here. The neighbor did have a concern about a tree. So there's a big tree. If you look at the site plan, it's about 20 feet in front of the garage, pretty much right smack in the middle of the driveway.
Yeah,
I, in order to preserve it, I'd have to come up with, reconfigure the driveway and maybe change the location of the garage. That would be the only thing I would, I'd have to do that in order to save that tree that a butter was concerned about.
well, let's see, Dean. As much as the HTC would like to be in control of everything, including the rest of the world, we're not in control of trees.
Okay.
Is it a town tree, do you know?
No, it's just a big.
Not a town
distant
tree, okay, so it's kind of out of our.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, thanks for that. Let's see. Holly presented her comments. We have it in written form. And Rob, Mr. Benchley, anything to say on the garage?
Mr. Chairman, hi, it's Rob Benchley. Oh, really nothing. I'm just so happy it's not not an entire habitable house, so that's refreshing. I just have a question about the labeling on the elevations. Is it not so that the west and the east are transposed?
Yes. Yeah, the doors should be,
On the west?
Yeah, because this house is east of Nantucket, is it not?
yeah.
So I think
Yes,
this and the main house, it's just a note. I just wanted to be sure I wasn't losing my mind.
Okay, we don't want that to happen. Dean, would you agree with that?
So what was it?
Mislabeled?
Maybe I mislabeled it. West elevation. So I think it looks right.
West is on Nantucket.
So we all agree, right?
Yes.
I think east is on Manitouk. And east, I'm sorry, what, yeah, you're right, sorry. I'm like all discombobulated. Yeah,
Okay.
I wrote that wrong.
Okay.
To simplify this discussion, the garage doors are facing the road.
Yes.
Yes.
Bingo.
Ta-da. Okay. Thank you. Any
You're welcome.
neighbors, anything want to speak on this?
You got the cedar tree.
No. Okay, so board members, same board.
I can
I'm
go.
happy to start.
Hang on a second. Angus, Abby has yielded the floor to you.
Well, thank you, Abby.
Yield your 4 minutes back to her.
Go
ahead.
So I don't really have any issues with the garage. The 11 pitch seems a little severe. I think it could probably go down to a 10 just to sort of minimize it a little bit. But in general, the overall design isn't an issue for me. And to the point of the tree, it's just part of the as much as we talk about landscape plans and planting and so forth. That's, a mature tree, which lends as part of the character to the street. And if it were possible to maintain that tree, that would be the preference. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, Angus, thank you. Abby?
I agree about the tree. I think that's part of the streetscape here, that it was a farm and it was rural. So if you could work that into your plan, that would be great, save the tree. I think the roof, it feels a little heavy. I don't know if making it a 12 and 10 changes that, but for me, I think it actually has to become a little bit taller. It's at 17. I think if you brought up the elevation a little bit, you might mitigate that squished look. Thank you.
Oh, interesting. So you want to actually raise the height of the ridge?
Yeah, I think, if anybody else feels this way, it just looks, first of all, as Angus said, it looks a little steep, and I'm not sure if that goes with the main house, but it just looks a little Swiss chalet to me, and not Nantucket, so there's something a little bit heavy about the roof.
Okay.
Can't put my finger
Well,
on it.
the distance from the eave to the ground is less than the distance from the eave to the ridge, which is rare. That's very rare. And that might be remedied by Angus's suggestion to go to 10 and 12, because then the roof will come down. It'll get lower. All right, Abby, thank you. Let's see. Connie, were you on the last?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah, I also would be in favor of the roof pitch. I do have a question. What color would the doors and the garage door be?
That's a good question.
I think I had it in white,
Okay.
but like I said, I would love to do color.
Would we want it to match the house as the Gardner Green, perhaps?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
right, thank you.
Sounds like a winner.
Yeah,
Okay, anything else, Connie?
nope, that's it, thank you.
All right, Stephen, anything?
Yeah, I think that I think this is what Abby was saying, is the top plate needs to be raised, and that will raise the ridge. But I'm okay with that roof pitch if the top plate is raised, like, I don't know, 6 inches. It's creating an odd relationship between the first floor level massing and the second floor that I think is it's just reading strangely when you look at the gables. So that is my only concern, and I agree with Connie about the colors. Good call.
Hey, so I got a hybrid. If
Yeah.
we have a request to do a lower roof pitch, and we have a request to raise the plate, why don't we lower the roof pitch, but do so by holding the ridge and lifting up the eave?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
then you get best of both.
Yeah.
I
Okay?
trust you.
Okay, so what we want to make sure that we include in a motion here, raise the top or drop the roof pitch to a 10 and 12 by raising the plate. Okay, that's one thing. Changing the cardinal points on the west and the east elevation and green garage doors. Did I miss anything?
I think that's it.
That's it.
That's my, I'm just gonna keep going with the Exhibit A, so that's my Exhibit A motion.
Okay, there it is, folks. Abby on Stephen's motion.
I'm an aye.
Very good, Angus.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Connie.
Aye.
Stephen, for motion, and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, now we got two more things. Cabana. Okay, let's see.
That's now covered. Okay, just get a clarification. Are the sash all white on the garage, or is it the door and the sash?
I
are
think
green?
just the
Just the-
motion was just to have the door as
Door.
green. The sash would remain white.
And the person door or both doors?
The person in the garage.
Oh, boy, you're really, gosh. Should we do both doors, folks?
I think
Yeah.
that was the motion.
Okay, that was the motion. Okay, so for those of you who haven't read Abby's comments on the cabana, there they are. Rob, how about anything on this one?
No, Mr. Chair. I think there's a whole visibility aspect at this point, so no comments. Thank you.
Okay, so in other words, Rob, a lack of visibility, correct?
A lack of visibility, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks. I think I'll turn it over to the board now. Board members.
I can go if you want.
All right.
Because it kind of has a little bit of a, well, I have an issue with the length of the pool, and I was thinking, and there's a butter that has a problem with the pool equipment. So I was wondering if everything gets shifted a little bit to the right, I'm okay with the proposed, but I'm just, where it's cited now, I wouldn't be in favor if it comes to that we're shaving off some of the pool.
Right.
Okay, so I think for the architecture, it's definitely a little temple. And, but you're not going to see it, and if I get my way, you're going to see it even less. So I guess I don't have any purview over that.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Who's next?
I'm happy to go.
Angus.
So we have the same issue with the cardinal points of east and west in this one. The outdoor shower, or that fencing around there, should be vertical boarding as opposed to horizontal. And speaking about sort of the fanciness of the main building, this gable window with the shutter makes me have the same thoughts, but I don't think there's any way for anyone to see that. So I'm okay with that. That's all, thanks.
Okay, so really, Angus, I think the only change that you're looking for is vertical board on the shower, correct?
Yes, and the change of the cardinal points.
I'm sorry, what was the second?
Oh, changing east and west.
Oh, yeah, yep, okay, got it. Okay, thank you, Connie.
Yeah, same issue with the outdoor shower. I'm not sure the shutter is appropriate, but if it can't be seen, it's not visible, I guess it's okay. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Stephen, anything?
No, nothing to add on that one.
Okay.
Oh, actually, yeah, I'd like to suggest that there be like a shed enclosure on the back side of this with the pool equipment enclosed.
Are we talking about the pool equipment now?
I'm talking about the pool equipment in relation to this building.
Right, I wanted to talk about that too.
Yeah, so now here's a funny little thing with respect to that. The pool equipment is actually shown like attached onto the cabana, and B, the outdoor shower, if you look at the site plan. So I'm gonna presume that there's a fence around all that stuff, but the fence is not shown on this plan. But Stephen, if I got you, you're suggesting having that all in a shed.
Yeah, shed roof with sides on that, doors, I
Uh-huh.
think is beneficial.
Okay, so Dean,
Yep,
what are you thinking about that?
that's fine. Yeah, so I can enclose the pool equipment, is what you're saying? Shed roof
Yeah,
off that, to mitigate the sound, and have it come over the showers, the outdoor shower as well? Is that
the roof, no.
okay?
The shed would die into the side of the shower. Nobody
Yep.
wants a roof over their outdoor shower.
Yep.
It
Yeah,
might be
that
a
works.
little
I can do
taller.
that.
Dean, the termination point of the shed roof against the building is gonna have to be lower than your eave.
Yep.
So, it could be a 412. I'll draw it up. I'm on a
Okay.
roll.
There you go.
Yeah, that all works.
Can I make a motion?
Address for D?
Billing address?
Yeah, for all your
no.
design services.
That's a good idea, actually. And I'm not selling his properties either, even though I'm a licensed real estate broker. So
There
I
you
just want
go.
to disclose that. I
Okay.
should say I'm not currently selling his properties. Teasing.
Was that it with the pool enclosure, the pool
Yeah.
equipment enclosure thing? Okay, so with this one, folks, we have the shower going to vertical board. Presumably those shower boards are natural, Dean?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to, via an Exhibit A, do a shed that would enclose all of the pool equipment on that same side, which would be the north elevation, okay? And further, we're going to change the cardinal points so that they all work. Okay?
Can I, one thing? Two
Is that
things.
Angus?
Yeah, can I add two things to that motion that I'm making?
Yeah, you can add on to that motion that you're making.
So the shutters will match the house, and the doors of the little equipment shed and the one shown, the other doors would match like the garage with the dark green.
Okay, that's all good.
And one other item. Dean, if you're going with vertical boards, do you really want to hold on to the horizontal
Doors.
door?
It doesn't matter to me. Whatever
I
works
just-
for you guys.
I'd rather- If in the unlikely event it's visible, why don't we go with vertical so it matches, and then that way you don't have to make a decision later
Okay.
on.
Yep.
So everything
Okay.
vertical. So that was Angus's motion, which Stephen is going to memorialize in the form of an Exhibit A. So I'm going to pull the board on Exhibit A. On Angus's motion, Abby,
Yeah, my thing was so if I okay this, can we still talk about shifting
Yeah.
the pool? Okay.
yeah, I mean,
Okay.
you weren't suggesting that the material size of the building got smaller. You want to make the pool smaller and move.
And move
this.
everything with it. Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
to the
that can
right.
come up with the pool, which is next.
All right, thank you. I'm an aye.
All right, so Abby's an aye, Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Right?
and Stephen.
All right.
And Ray, aye. Okay, now we're on to the pool.
Oh, I got that backwards.
What?
There it is.
Anything to say on this one?
No, I don't think I have anything to add. It's pretty, I guess, self-explanatory.
We kind of get the whole layout
Yep.
now. And you've already heard from Abby regarding the length of the pool.
Mhm.
On the wrong pool.
Yeah, okay, so let's see if Rob has anything to say on the pool.
No, Mr. Chair, I will leave it up to our distinguished panel to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rob. All right, distinguished panel, who wants to begin?
I'll go, Rob, you're such a flatterer.
I know.
I agree with Abby, and I just want to make a comment on the tree. They're not our purview, but as Dean probably knows, if a tree can be designed around and it's, decent quality, it's almost irreplaceable on the market. So just a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Who else wants to talk about the pool?
I can.
Yes, Connie.
So I agree. I think the pool is large, and hopefully we can slim it down a little bit. I think that would be good. Thank you.
Okay. Angus?
I agree with what's been said.
In
About
other
the-
words,
the
you would
tree
like
and
the
the
pool to be
pool.
less long.
That's correct.
Okay. Stephen, did you have an opinion one way or another on that?
Yeah, I think less long.
Okay, well,
Compact
Dean,
the development
so, are you gonna give us some sugar on this one?
Can I go 40 feet? Shave 2 feet off? Is that appropriate?
What do you guys think? And part of the deal is to assuage Abby and move the cabana accordingly. So if 2 feet is the magic number, the pool would slide over by that same 2 feet. Is that all copacetic?
Yes.
All right, well, let's see, how do you all feel about 2 feet?
Well, I was hoping for 3, which I think might bring it to the corner of that granite patio. If those stepping pavers are a foot, it looks like 1, 2, with the in-between looks like, 3 feet, but I'm happy that people,
All right. Anybody else have an opinion on this? Length?
we could say the pool ends at the granite patio and not put a number on it. And everything.
Oh, can I just say
Okay.
that if it ended at that granite patio there, that's gotta be 5 feet at least. At least 5 feet.
Are we talking about the coping or the red outlined inner?
Well, Angus, even the red outline, look, I don't have this to scale, but if you imagine, 40 and a half is 20 and half is 10, I mean, it's got to be every bit of 5 feet, maybe even 6.
Yeah, easily.
Okay, I just,
All right,
I can't really tell.
38-foot pool.
38?
Oh.
Okay, Stephen has declared 38. So Dean, you're just going to have people swim more laps, okay?
I can live with it.
All right. And
And everything shifts.
everything shifts. Okay, so can somebody, is that your motion, Abby?
That's my motion to change the pool length to 38, and the cabana and equipment and all of that also moves to the right.
Yeah, so just to be clear, so that we all understand, the 4 feet is going to come out of the north end of the pool. So everything to the north of the pool, which would be the cabana, that's all going to slide south by 4 feet, okay?
That's my motion.
Okay, that's Abby's motion.
For the purpose of direction, I'll second that as Abby's Exhibit A that
Okay.
she'll write up before we take a vote.
Okay. I can write up the Exhibit A on that
Okay.
one, yeah. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see, Connie on Abby's motion.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Ray, aye. Okay, thank you.
All right, everybody, we are going to take a 7-minute break. We'll be back at 5:30. are gonna move on to, I'll wait till the recording picture. Thank you. 8 Marble Way, Lot 3. Is Chris with us?
Yeah. This is you, yeah.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, I don't see Chris Magna in here. Mr. Chair,
So
did you
we're gonna
go?
hold that one for representation. We'll just move on. If he shows up shortly, we'll pick him up. We're gonna move on to 8 Sandwich New Dwelling. And who was our last alternate active? Connie?
Connie was on
It's gonna be me,
Nantucket, yeah.
Eddie, Angus, Ray, and Joe. Joe, you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to double check before we got started on one. Okay, and Joe will sit on, actually conveniently, the next 4.
We on Marble Way?
No, Sandwich.
8 Sandwich.
Oh, Sandwich.
Marble had no,
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
All right, how are you all?
We're
Now
getting
that you've
there.
had your pizza.
I know, it's
Very jealous.
it's an issue.
Ever forward with solutions at the HTC. That's our new mantra. Okay, Doug, once it's up and running, why don't you go ahead and get started?
All right, so this is a new dwelling at 8 Sandwich Road, off of Monomoy. The road itself looks more like a driveway. It also has access on Chatham Road to the south. I'm sure you're all familiar with Monomoy Road context, but I did include a context sheet, Fiona, if you don't mind skipping. I think it's at the, yeah, there it is right there. So that's, I forget if there's 1 or 2 pages of context, but, you know, Monomoy area, fairly large houses, fairly tall. Our house is proposed at 29 foot 10. One of the reasons for that is the first floor is sort of extra tall because the son of the owner is 6'7" and still growing. And then if you want to go to the elevations, a 2.1 shows the front, which actually faces towards Sandwich Road. So, I mean, that really won't be visible because it's behind so many other houses that are actually on Monomoy Road. The rear elevation, if you want to go down to the next page, right there. So that faces Chatham Road. That's labeled the south elevation. So that faces Chatham Road. There will be a development on the lot to the southwest that will block the majority of this view. And anyway, I think it's a very fitting design for the neighborhood, and I think you'll agree.
Okay, thanks, Doug. So Holly's comments with respect to historic information, infill dwelling on a vacant lot in Monomoy. Obviously, we got these previews, so you've read design comments and historic there is a mix of newly contemporary dwellings along with contributing capes and ranches. Example 9 Monomoy, circa 1955 ranch. The adjacent dwelling at 6 Sandwich is very similar design with the main block flanked by additive masses and a roof block. Who would like to begin? Ray.
I'm trying to find fault with it, and I haven't yet. Gray trim, right? Black sash?
Correct.
Yeah. You know, I don't see this as being any different than its neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Angus?
Yeah, I would say the same thing. The 12 pitch, what's seemed a little severe. But I think that's part of what brings the eaves low. If the eaves were higher, it would be more of an issue for me, but no, I don't have any concerns.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
Well, I really LLC's name. I think that's funny. 8 sandwich, ATE. I the height of it, it's tall. And if it was a foot and a half less in height, that would be great. But I think given its layered views, the height's probably fine. It feels like it climbs up like an extra ridge in there. And I think Holly in her comments mentioned 6/6 windows. I mean, I think that with the cottage corners and the flare, if you had 6/1 windows, I don't think that that would be an issue. The 2/2s, I guess, make it less busy. So I think it could come down in height a little bit. Other than that, I have no concerns with the massing. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Just a clarification, I wasn't sure I heard you correctly. This 6/1 you're okay with, or you think that would be an issue?
I like 6/1. I think 6/6 would be too busy. And,
Okay.
the 2/2s, I think I'm okay with. I was just putting out there my opinion on that in response to Holly's comments about 6/6. I think the style that they're going for here, it's a 6/1, or I guess the 2/2s would be okay because it's less busy.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, I feel that this style is a bit severe for the Monomoy Road, which I think it's got more sort of generous styles, like a lot of gambrels, and I think the trim looks a little skimpy. I think that center shed gang dormer could be a little bigger, and not the windows, but it just looks a little tight. And the columns on that sort of hipped shed front porch look a little skimpy as well. I don't know if that's the style you're looking for, sort of like a crisp, more modern, but I think it's a little severe for the area. So I would be a little more generous with the trim and some of the details. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, I think that leaves me. So I agree about the dormer width, I agree about the height, Joe's comment. I also note that the grade changes proposes an increase in a foot. I think between the two of those, that's not great. And I think no increase in the grade and about 1.5 feet out of the structure. I don't know that these are going to be visible given the location and distance from the street and scrub and all the rest of that. But those shed additions, I would suggest you drop the top plate, turn those into 412s. They don't intersect any other roof planes. This is viewing the north elevation. It's just much more traditional. It changes the proportion of and the relationships. Doug, what's in the floor plan behind, what's the internal program in those rooms? The window heights seem, I don't know, something's
What
different.
floor are you on, Steve?
Yeah, which
First floor
elevation?
north elevation, the shed additions on the left and the right.
Yeah, they look odd.
So it's the master bath on the right and the mudroom area and laundry on the left.
Okay, and what's at the gable on the left of the front door?
Kitchen.
Okay, that explains why your windows are what your windows
Yeah.
are. Okay, so it sounds like we're kind of looking for some relatively minor revisions.
I mean, we
Oh,
could do a
could I-
mud sill to bring it down for you.
Yeah,
And we can widen that dormer and beef up the trim a little bit.
Do you got, well, Abby has a comment. Let me get that.
I just wanted to, what were people's feelings about the 6/2s? Is that what they're called?
6/1.
6/1, yeah. Because I would be in favor, I think it looks a little spooky, so I think that would make it a little more appealing.
Thanks. Hold on one sec. My thoughts, Ray, why don't you go and then I'll go?
Well, I was just
And
going
then
to say
Angus.
that I appreciated Doug's suggestions, and the reduction in ridge height could take place with a reduction in the pitch of the roof, quite simply. I mean, it's up to you.
We'd actually prefer the steeper roof and then
Okay.
to just bring it down with a mud sill. Because the only part that's the full height is the main ridge in between. The gables are actually about 2 feet lower.
Okay. Angus, did you have anything on the 6/1? No? Okay. My thoughts on the 6/1 is, given the size of many of the windows, I'm concerned that it's going to, I think the 6 lights are going to get busier than we may contemplate if you're envisioning a typical size window, which is more like on the north elevation, the gable, first floor and second floor windows on the gable to the right, and on the gable to the left, the second floor windows, whereas all the other windows are much smaller, given the internal program. I think the 6/1 is it's gonna make those windows look like too little, is my concern.
I do a 180 on my comments on the 6/1s.
Pardon me?
I said I just did a 180, but based on your description, I agree.
Okay,
I think-
thanks, Joe. Yeah, I'm not, I think the 6/1 on the regular size windows would be, it's gonna be handsomer, if I may. But, okay, great. I
Mr.
think
Chair,
there's stuff- I'm sorry, who's that?
Oh, it's Angus. I was muted when you called me, sorry.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to say that I appreciated Joe's comments about the conflict of the 2/2 with the sort of craftsman style of the craftsman. I mean, the shingle corners and the flare and so forth. And also the steepness. I think that the 2/2s accentuate the verticality that I think we're feeling here. And I don't see any reason why the main roof couldn't come down to the height of those other two gables. It's only seen in those sort of awkward little peaks that come in the middle of those ridges along the way. So I think picking one or another design, whether it's lower pitches and 6/6s or I think there's conflicting designs here. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Is there enough support for 6/1s to do a study on those, or did Joe had decided he wasn't strongly in favor? I'm not in favor. Ray, your thoughts?
We'd certainly prefer the 2/2.
Pardon me?
We would certainly prefer the 2/2.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm going to just say this too, because the trim is black,
What?
No, trim is
I mean,
gray.
the sash is black, right? So, you're kind of not going to see them.
That's the idea.
6/1, 2/2, you're not going to really be conscious of
Sash is
that.
black and the trim is white?
No, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Oh.
The sash is black, the trim is gray.
Okay.
That's what the.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Joe.
can I say something?
Yeah, please.
I just wanted to echo Angus's comments about the center roof pitch, the one that has the roof walk on it. I think if that pitch was in line with if that ridge was in line with the other two gables, that the north elevation that we're all looking at, the only thing that would change is the roof walk would come down. But of course, it looks like that might create a conflict with the dormer, which might be why it's up there in the first place. So there's that, and I think that addresses the overall height. And I think that Abby's comments regarding the columns has some merit. And somebody else made a comment about the 3 pitches being shallow and increasing those. And it's a collection of what I think are minor tweaks, but collectively, I think they're going to make this house feel differently. And personally, I'd like to see what that's going to look like.
Okay,
That's
fair
it.
enough.
Thank you for letting me speak again.
Yeah, sure. No, that's what we're here. So Doug, it is definitely the direction of which we were thinking anyways, revisions. So you're gonna have the joy of listening to the tape. YouTube, you can set it at 1.5 and it goes a little faster. And of course, you have the pause button. Can we get a motion to hold for revisions?
So moved.
On Abby's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Ray,
I,
Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, on to 8 Sandwich
zoning shed.
garage apartment.
Oh, sorry, you're right.
Are we
Hope
tracking?
you started the yawn wave.
No, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I'm
please don't.
sorry. I'm yawning because I'm cold.
Doug, when you're ready.
Yeah, so this is garage apartment for the same property, obviously, and, trying to stick with the same sort of design ideas. Look forward to your comments.
Okay, thanks. Holly notes historic information, infill garage on vacant lot in Monomoy, new garage 27.3, and of course, design comments. Let's see what else. What's from our recommended. Nanta, John McLaughlin, line up the meeting rails. And then you guys have design comments and, obviously you're free to reference those as we go through if you'd like to. We've read them. Okay. Who'd like to begin?
I can say simply that Doug, if you follow the things that we laid out for you on the house and applied them here, dropping the ridge down or the eave down, not much to say.
Okay, thank you. Fair enough. Appreciate that. Let's see, Joe.
Yeah, I think I would add, just for the benefit of the applicant, that acknowledging that there are intersecting shed dormers, and I think if they were visible, they might give me some pause, but I think being on the inside corner of the building, screened by the main house and everything else, that they're not a concern. So I just wanted to mention that, and I concur with what Ray said regarding following the comments on the main house. I mean, I think this thing being 27 feet, if the house comes down to 28 or 28 and a half, that this thing probably needs to follow proportionally in some way. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Abby.
Nothing to add.
Okay, Angus.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what's been said, especially the northwest elevation, that large fenestrated gable above the garage doors makes this feel higher than it may already be. I mean, 27 feet for a garage seems high. And the blank wall to the right of the doors, the garage doors, I don't think you're going to see it. It's just awkward to have that. That might want trellis or something. But a change in the pitch or dropping the eave, just so that there isn't so much space. I think between the little 4-light windows next to the 2/2 double, just it really accentuates verticality and sort of an awkward blankness of wall. But overall, just bringing it down, as Joe says, proportionally to the main house. I think in the end, it probably wants to be 2 or 3 feet below the main house. Once that height's done. Thanks.
Thank you. Abby, did I get you?
Yes, I didn't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you. So Doug, I'm going to go back to my 12-inch increase in grade. Don't think that's appropriate. I think, you may have been here earlier when I went through the evolution of secondary dwellings from 21 to 22 to 23 to 24 to 25, and you skipped right to 27.
Go big or go home.
27.3. So I'm really concerned about the height. I think that the 2/2, both on this structure and the main house, can be successful and not accentuate the height if there isn't height to accentuate. So I think you've got at least a couple of feet, maybe like a 23-foot garage of this size is going to have a 9-foot first floor and an 8-foot second floor. And I think this needs to be significantly decreased in height down to like 23, 24 personally. The only other thing I'll add with a nod to John is the cantilevered second floor deck space, which it's not really cantilevered, but it's supported. It's just a little too prominent, subject to visibility. So it's not visible. I'm not gonna hold your feet to the fire. That it's not appropriate. You got enough to work with here?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Can we get a motion to hold for revisions?
So, yeah.
On Ray's motion, Ray.
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Angus? Joe?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye, so that carries. And now we are on to the garage part, no, I'm sorry, the zoning shed, the much-awaited zoning shed. Which is interesting because a zoning shed doesn't get a building permit. It gets a
No,
use.
it's a zoning,
It's a zoning
zoning
permit.
permit.
It's a use permit. Yeah. Anyways, I was just thinking of that relative to needing a COA. Okay, Doug, when you're ready?
Yeah, so just small shed in the back. That's, it'll be a spot to hang your towel for the pool.
I appreciate that brevity there.
I try.
Okay, so we have a new one. This is a towel shed. Is that,
Cabana.
well, we
whatever.
had Jeep
It's a
sheds
shed.
before, not tonight. Who'd like to go? Same board.
Does anybody care about the verticality of the,
Yeah.
I do.
I think you could make short declarative statements.
okay, that'll be mine.
Okay, height tracks the other issues, track the other structures. Does anyone have anything to add to that?
Nope, that's it.
Well, I have no concerns with this structure.
Okay.
The horizontal boarding for the shower,
Pardon me, Angus?
the horizontal boarding for the shower, and I think just as we were looking for a few feet with the garage that we just looked at, I think that this towel shed at 16 feet seems high.
Yes, thank you. So I agree. I think some of the atypical nature of the individual architectural elements are diminished once the height is addressed. And the vertical board, horizontal versus vertical, I don't disagree with, but only subject to visibility. Can we get a motion to hold for revisions?
So moved.
On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. That moves us on to the pool. Compounds are making a comeback. Huh? Look at that.
What are
They
making?
never quite fell out of favor.
No, but we're having a few more per session than I think we cut down to maybe 1.25.
Yeah.
A meeting, and now we're up to like 3.5 compounds.
Compounds.
Oh,
No qualitative assessment there, simply quantitative. Doug, on the pool?
So there's pool, it's behind the house. It'll be behind the future development of the lot to the southwest. And obviously, our client's going to want to screen it regardless, so shouldn't be too visible anyway.
Okay. Who'd like to go?
I'll go.
Joe.
Joe, I appreciate the modest scale, and the only question I had was where the pool equipment's going. And
Under the shed.
I also appreciate it being fully screened. Well, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so Doug replies under the shed for the pool equipment, and the pool is 30 by 15, just in case anybody wondered. Any other comments?
I'd like to compliment the design of this, that it's tucked right into the house. It's not splaying all over the place next to somebody's property. Well, it is pretty close, but I like the tightness of it, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Anyone else?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Doug, my universal concern is raising the grade 12 inches. So that's the only thing I have to add to comments. Can we get a motion to hold for, I think let's
The trap.
track, but
Track.
you're probably gonna want to adjust that height, so I don't keep harping on it, the grade height. So why don't we hold for a motion for minor revisions?
So moved.
On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Let's see, Ray,
Aye.
Angus, Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thanks very much.
Okay, and that brings us to 67 Fairgrounds.
It's a Val.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Val is not in the queue.
Okay, she was gonna try and get on Zoom. but
Oh, she was?
She was stuck over on the mainland due to the weather.
No, everything.
I can text her.
I can tell you, she has great angst when she misses a meeting, so, so we're gonna hold those 67 Fairgrounds as-built shed and 67 Fairgrounds as-built alterations. Brings us to 12 Pond Road, new garage studio. Is Joe with us?
Oh, he is.
Excellent. Joe, if you're, did you move him over?
I did move him over. Joe,
Okay.
you're all set.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good,
Hello.
thanks.
Sorry.
Do you want to steer or you want us to?
No, you guys go ahead. I'm at a little family function, so sorry.
Okay, great. So just kindly direct staff through the presentation when you want to flip pages, okay?
So you originally approved the main house and we did a little addition, but the one thing that this property has been riddled with is Concom. The wetlands, of course, have grown just from the 70s or 80s when it was built. So the only place where we really can put the garage is towards the front, as you can tell. And then there is a beautiful tree in the front. So we're really kind of hampered where we can do it. So we have just a simple story and a half gambrel that matches the main house. If you go to the, so there's the tree, but in the summertime, you can't see through the canopy. That gives great privacy. But so we've just decided to, we have Concom approval for this location. They thought this was the best location, but of course it's up to you to let us know where to place it. But again, it's just a simple one bay garage to store their Jeep and then some storage above. And that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, hey, thanks, Joe. Let's see, your board is me, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Connie. Who'd like to begin? Gonna pick a victim. Connie.
I have my mic on. I don't have any concerns with this.
Okay,
Thank you.
let's see, Ray?
It's a nice looking building, I guess, and I was really scrutinizing the site plan because it does not look like there's a heck of a lot of options when you take into account zoning setbacks and wetland setbacks. Basically, you're shoehorned in. That's it for me for now, but I may have more comments.
Okay, let's see, Angus?
So the renderings show the tree that Joe was just talking about. So the idea is that that tree in the photo right now that's up on the screen would stay?
Yes, sir. And that's something very important to the family. They just love the tree since they bought the house.
I think we all appreciate it. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Angus.
So the only thing that had occurred to me was whether it made sense, right now it's kind of up against the west setback, and if it made any sense to go along the other setback um, on the north, sort of the northwest side or north side, and cant it a little bit more, but then it's sort of the doors end up facing the road a little bit. So I think you probably got it right. I just was trying to like figure out how to minimize it since it's on the corner, the corner, road corner side of the house. But I don't know, I'd be kind of curious to hear the other commissioners, but the design, I don't have any issues with, and I appreciate you keeping the tree. Thanks.
Thanks. Abby, did I ask you?
No, I've just been squirreling around trying to figure out another place to put this, but, at least this relates to the main house because it gets connected by the driveway, and I can't think of it. I understand why you fooled around with it, but I think you've probably got it in the best place.
Thanks, Abby. Joe, I don't have a problem with location. I think 3, 6, and 8 on Pond all have a garage type structure towards the front or actually in front of the building. My only concern is I think it would be more appropriate if we could get 6 inches out of the height of the second floor, given this is going to be prominent and it just looks a little tall on the second floor relative to the first floor.
I think I can do that.
Pardon
Yeah,
me?
right now, the fascias all align with the second floor dormers. So that was kind of the dictator of that. But I mean, if you want to get down 6 inches, I guess we could do that. That was my reasoning for that height. Everything aligns. And then to your point about being in the front, right now, the way it's structured, looking at the image, the part to the left is the living room, and the other part to the right is a family room, and the family room overlooks the pond. So this was the fast location where it doesn't kill the tree, doesn't block the view. It was really kind of a conundrum of a design as far as that goes. But yeah, if that's your wish, Stephen, and if everyone else is on board, I'll look at the 6 inches.
Okay, yeah, I think the location is fine. Thank you. Does anyone else have a concern about height, and can we, one way or the other, make that motion?
I think that would make a better design if you take out the 6 inches.
Okay. So we would do an Exhibit A to indicate, actually, just do it as a condition of approval to reduce the second floor height and adjust the dormers. Reduce the second floor height by 6 inches and adjust the dormers in the roof pitch, and I'll write it up. Is that your motion, Abby?
Yes.
Okay, great. On your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Hi.
Ray,
All right.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Thanks, Joe, we appreciate
Thank you,
it.
everyone. Good night.
Good night.
All right, let's see, 156 Mattocket.
Mr. Chair, 156 Mattocket and 17 Pilgrim were requested to hold till March 4th.
March 4th. Okay, so just on that, do we have any abutters?
I don't know. No one's hands raised at the moment.
Okay, so just make a note, please, that it was held without a 2-week notice, and it doesn't create any demerits, fines, or penalties, but it starts the clock ticking on those. Guys, we got a certain amount to get through tonight, and we're going home, so please keep that in mind.
I just wrote 6.
Reduce height by 6.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna add, adjust dormer roof pitches as required, at the applicant's agent's option. 75 Pacamo Road, greenhouse. Mirka, good evening.
Good evening.
Aye.
So I will trust that I will not share my screen, and I hope this is like easy to navigate if you guys will help me. Thank you. Oh, hey, Kathy, I just realized. I was like, that's why. Hey.
See?
All righty. So this application is, it's 75 Pocomo. You might have remember Matt McEachern be here for the main house and for the sports, for the guest house pavilion. The tennis court and plunge pool, which are part of the application and hardscape, were already approved via consent a few weeks ago. This application is really for the small little structure, as you can see, the little kind of, I love to say she shed, but it's more like a greenhouse in an intimate garden past the tennis court. There will be no visibility of the structure whatsoever. Just it's a part of the vegetable garden. And you can see it highlighted right there, past after the tennis court. It's right, that little square highlighted in blue. And the size of the structure is around, I want to say 10 by 10, plus minus.
Okay, let's see, your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Joe, and who would like to begin?
I want to get one.
You want one, and Ray wants to comment on one. Go ahead, Ray.
Well, I was just going to say, I want to get one too. Abby, maybe we can get a group discount.
Let's get 3 of them.
4.
Make that 4.
There you go, Mirka.
Oh, thank you.
If we all get one, we'll approve it.
Oh.
I want one with a pizza on it.
I better get some connections. It's coming from England, but maybe we can get a shipping discount, right?
Yeah.
It's coming from England?
Yeah, but if it's get approved, of course, but we'll see. We are all interested, maybe we get some group discount. Then I get one too.
Yeah,
Okay, so it sounds like
it's a go.
Mirka wins quickest tonight, for sure.
Yep.
And the most optimistic, I just want to say.
Yeah.
You guys are
and,
amazing.
We just need a motion to approve.
So move.
Ray on your motion.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Joe, sorry.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
Fantastic.
Thank
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Bye.
On to 3 Nobadeer Road, new dwelling.
Mr. Chair, George Berg is the applicant, but he's signed in twice. I brought him over as a panelist for one of his sign-ins, just to let
Okay.
him know he's signed in twice. Oh,
Hey,
there he
George,
is.
if we brought the right you over, please let us hear your voice.
The last time I checked, it was the right me. I'd like to have a duplicate on the other side of the Nantucket Sound, so I always build myself 2 mechanisms to speak. If something goes wrong with one, I can pick up the other. So this is the
5
real me.
Proper planning prevents poor performance. Okay, thanks, George.
Thank you.
You gonna steer or you want us to do it?
It's fine. You can stare if you like. This is
Okay, so kindly just direct staff through your presentation.
Sure, we can just start here for a second. So this is an existing dwelling, 3 Nobadeer, which is a dirt road, as you know, off of Surfside. The house and the existing shed have already been approved as a move-off demo by consent a few weeks back. We're proposing to just build a 2-story structure, or 1 3/4 height structure, if you will. The south elevation actually faces the rear. The north elevation is what faces Nobadeer. So if you were to just scroll down a little bit, it's a single-family dwelling, 4 bedrooms, with an attached garage, as you can see, off what would be the east side on the left, facing Nobadeer. This elevation is just simple. We've tried to keep the building height mitigated and bring the existing dwelling actually has sort of a 1.5, 1 3/4 story look, so we didn't want to really exceed that. The south elevation, which is the rear, really just builds upon that, and that's north. If you could scroll up just a hair on this screen there, one more. Actually, go to the sheet, the previous sheet, please. This is the rear. We have, a walkout balcony, again, facing away from Nobodere. And then, a walkout basement, again, with a railing system, not visible from Nobodere at all. And again, the garage, as you can see, is to the right-hand side. We're looking at, natural to weather shingles, approved asphalt shingles, white trim, white sashes throughout cottage corners here. If you scroll down to the next sheet, we have the the east and west elevations, relatively speaking. So there's a little courtyard. The next application is a hardscape pool. Fits within the courtyard to the rear, again, not really visible from the street at all. We're looking at minimal changes to the grade, just to really sort of reshape around the existing house. And just appreciate your comments.
Okay, thank you. So the board is myself, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Connie. And who'd like to begin?
I'm happy to start.
Angus, please.
So looking at the Nobodere view, the north elevation, my concern is the suburban setup of the garage being right in line with the gable. And I wish that the gable weren't the same height and sort of as the mass to the right of it. And the gable forward makes it feel like that should be the dominant thing, but it's set back and it's the door, neither of the doors is like a front door. So the one with the porch is glass all the way, top to bottom, which is more like a rear door that wouldn't be seen. And the windows on the gable forward part feel too small, and there's a lot of shingle area left there. So I guess that's a long way of saying I would like to see more difference besides gable forward and eave forward between those two masses that feel like they're in real competition with each other. The other issues that I would have with balcony and French doors and all of that stuff, I feel like are mitigated because they're behind the structure. But yeah, that's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Ray?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So there's a lot about this house design that I find somewhat peculiar. So the west elevation is kind of a salt box with a really steep dormer that segues into a shed addition that's flush, and then on the other side, we've got this little porch that's only like 1.5 feet deep, maybe. Dormer that's really wide that crashes into, or is about to crash into the gable that's adjacent to it. That's the west elevation. The east elevation, similarly, the dormer has this window and then lots of extra space before you get to the edges of the dormer, and then it's like very, very close to the gable right next to it, the rake of the gable next to it. The little transom lights in that single-story piece, they're sort of, we've approved something like that before. It just seems like it's just another extra piece that adds to the confusion of this. South elevation, there's that 2-foot porch. Now it has a Juliet balcony on top of it with a single French door. I just think that there are too many pieces to this that aren't really working together. They're sort of working independently. The garage doors, it's like I've never, ever seen those type of garage doors on Nantucket. So I guess I'd be looking for simplification, and certainly in the case of the west elevation where we have that almost salt box type form, some kind of like more architectural style that's more consonant with what we find around. That's the best way I can describe it. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Let's see, Connie.
So I'm going to echo what Ray just said. I think the pieces aren't congruent with each other. I'm having a hard time with the north elevation, which I think is the front of the building. The garage doors just don't seem to work. And I agree about simplification, but yet I think that front of the house needs something to kind of, I don't know, juice it up a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I'm having the same difficulty. Basically, I've never seen anything like this on Nantucket. I think the most egregious thing for me would be the garage doors, and maybe that if those garage doors were its own building, we might begin to be able to get a style going here that was more Nantucket. This looks like a renovation in maybe Cambridge, Mass, or it just doesn't remind me of anything around here. So, that's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks, Abby. So I agree. I think if you just rewind the tape to Ray's comments, I will add, just to kind of, if you're looking at sheet A300, left to right on both the south elevation and the north elevation, it's almost like there's three distinct styles of structure, architectural styles. And that's just not a typical Nantucket home design style, and it's certainly not a historic if you went down that vernacular. The west elevation less so, but the individual elements are not, they're not speaking well to one another, including to the banding of the fascia on the leftmost on the west elevation. Gosh, the east elevation, it's reminding me, oh, you know what it reminds me of is that structure with the roof walk out in Tom Nevers.
Oh, the one we just
Doesn't
looked
it?
at, yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, George, we're giving you our unvarnished, honest opinion to give you some hopefully helpful feedback that you'll be able to use by changing maybe exterior massing, hopefully without altering your program too much on the interior. Do you have any questions for us?
No, I've written down all the comments, and obviously we'll go back and study the tape and make adjustments as we respond to the comments from each one of the commissioners.
Okay. And George, I just want to ask a question. Have you done work down here before?
Yes,
Okay, a bit, a little?
quite a bit actually over the years.
Okay, I didn't recognize the title of the company, and I was going to say that sometimes, if it's been a little while since you've been here, sometimes this is the first step, and then it quickly conforms. Okay, so get a motion to hold for revisions, please.
So moved.
Abby on your motion?
Aye.
Angus? Ray?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, that brings
Can I
us-
suggest something?
Yeah, go
Can we do the pool hardscape on this to track?
Yeah, because
Should we be?
it's,
George?
It's inside.
It's what?
it's very much a part of the main
Yeah.
building.
George,
Yeah.
given the elements of the pool hardscape, what we do is refer to that as a track, and then that way, if you make modifications to the structure that necessitate changes to the pool slash hardscape, that'll be carried on, and then we'll pick that up at a later hearing.
Yep, that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
So now we're going to move on to One Cliff Lane revision. Uri,
Stand by, Mr. Chair, I have to bring him over.
stand by.
Stand
Stand
by.
by
Have a good
for
night,
appearance.
everybody. Thank you.
You're welcome, thanks.
Okay. You're right, he should be outside to talk.
Uri,
Hey, hello. Uh, Hopefully you can hear me.
we can. Why don't you go ahead?
Uh, okay, so this application to uh, revise the previously approved shed, which we're trying to raise the roof by 1 foot to accommodate taller garage door. It's like a garage shed. We're changing the door to 8 feet tall, and we had to raise the roof by 1 foot. That's all. All the
Okay.
changes.
Any questions for Uri on this? Holly's comment is this, with respect to historic information, is this is infill. We've got the design comments, and the board is myself, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Joe, who'd like to go. Oh, Mickey, are you guys there? Do you have anything?
This is outside of our range.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'm happy to start.
Go ahead, Angus.
So, the height was a struggle with this before, and I felt like we got to a place where it was manageable, and I feel like this is moving away from that. So I don't think it helps for it to get taller. Thanks.
Wrong one.
Thank you, Angus. Abby, this was one we heard with the building adjacent to it that's shown in the 3D view. And we heard in 1-2, and we requested that the garage structure be lowered, and now it's back to be raised.
Oh, okay.
Let's see, Ray?
Boy, well, you know, it's always troubling when you have something that works. The previously approved worked really well. I'm looking at it, and the garage doors, I think, are 7 feet high, which is kind of a normal height. You know, maybe if you have a Range Rover with a rack on top, you're gonna need 8 feet, but it just seems like it's really moving in the wrong direction. It's the best way to put it. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe?
Well, I didn't sit on this the first time around, so I'm coming into this fresh. I'm familiar with the property, so there's that. And I like what was submitted, what was previously approved, I think is appropriate. That said, when I look at this, the additional increase in height still seems appropriate to me. We're talking about a overall height of 13.9, so the height itself isn't a concern. I think the biggest thing for me is and I believe the side elevation's the one that's the most visible from the street, is the relationship of the windows to the eave. And I think if the windows went up and maybe got a little bit longer, that would help to mitigate it. But I don't want to create a ripple effect for the applicant. I might be in the minority, but I'm okay with the overall height.
Okay, thanks, Joe. I think that's to me. So I sat on this one originally, and I think we had the benefit of viewing this structure with its counterpart, which is in the site plan. They're very close together. The smaller previously approved really lent itself to being adjacent to the other structure. This structure, from recollection and looking at the 3D view, gets more into competition, and I think in an inappropriate way with respect to height and massing. And I'd rather, I think, see, if that's going to go that way, I'd rather see an addition on the other structure than having these two structures that are competing, and this is just I think it would be inappropriate to approve this personally. What do we want to
May I
do?
also comment quickly?
You may, Uri.
The motion. Also, my thoughts were after the other structure you just mentioned. I thought you wanted to kind of eliminate the difference in height where the shed was way too low compared to the other structure. And the other structure wasn't approved yet, but I wanted to also create less height difference compared to the other structure. That's why I wanted to make the shed slightly taller.
Okay,
And I
thank you.
thought that 1 foot would not be as much. That would be, not appropriate.
Thank you. I'm sorry if when we approved the shorter one, we confused you that we wanted a taller one, but I think we were looking for the shorter one. What do we want to do here?
I'm happy to make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay,
Yeah.
that sounds good. On Angus's motion, can I just add on that we want to see on the sheet the existing, previously proposed and proposed?
And the adjacent structure would be great.
Yeah, and then a separate would that show the other structure. So revisions and additional
Yeah.
information presented in context. Is that okay, Angus?
That's my motion.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. On your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
let's see, Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. The only thing I want to say is I hope we don't spend too much time on this. It's a little garage.
Yeah.
We got a lot of other bigger fish to fry. Okay, 93 Main Street. Speaking of bigger
Bill
fish. Uri, why don't you
Yeah.
walk us through this?
So on this, we are trying to change the back sunroom addition, which is not brick walls, but it's the framed part, which has the paneling around the windows, and those are as we started doing some interior work, and we realized all the paneling is leaking and there is some water damage, and we wanted to create something that would work much more better and be similar to actually a neighboring house too. So we are proposing to change the paneling into horizontal clad white, painted white, and also on the elevations I have some proposed changes on the second floor posts, which in the meantime, before we got to this meeting, we are not going to do it. So we just wanted to change that to the horizontal clapboard, and that's all. No changes on the second floor.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah,
Does
those
anyone
are
have any
pretty much just
questions for Uri?
those 2 walls.
Does anyone have any questions for Uri?
Am I on speaking?
Just looking for questions at this point. Oh, in terms of members speaking, you can be, Connie says.
Okay, then I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, Uri said that the only thing that's changing, I have a question about that. Are you still proposing to change the flat roof element to this hip roof element, or
Yeah.
are you just changing the first floor?
No, there is. Yeah, actually, I almost forgot. Yeah, there is that parapet which is on top of the hip roof that's above the porch, which we wanted to remove that parapet, which you will see that hip roof a little more. The hip roof is existing. We are not changing that, but we're just
Okay.
removing the parapet. And then there is a note to add the cricket, which is between the hip roof and the roof above the brick section. We're just trying to add that to fix some water leak issues, because there is like the connection between those 2 roofs is there is some water damage also. So we're adding that cricket, which is all from the back, not visible from the street at all. But we're trying to solve that problem. So Yeah, that's the change, the clapboard, but the columns holding that hip roof are staying as they are now. We are not changing those.
Okay, Uri, so what's in the drawings is, as bubbled is what's proposed. Is there anything that's proposed that's not in the drawings that's bubbled?
Anything else that is proposed and is not bubbled, is the clapboard.
Okay, so okay, I just want to be clear, there was a lot of verbiage there. If it's in the drawings bubbled, that's the extent of the work.
I'm still
Plus the
confused.
clapboard.
So you are proposing to change out the parapet and other elements?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Joe, I don't know if that helps, but it seemed like we were kind of getting off track there with.
Well, Uri said that the pilasters or the columns weren't changing, and the drawing shows 3, but there's 4 in the photograph, and to me, that's a major change. So
Yeah, those we are not changing those. We are keeping those. That's the only
right. Okay.
thing
So
there.
so instead of 2 bays, which you've got shown and are clouded here, I'm looking at the existing south elevation photograph. You're maintaining the rhythm of the 3 bays, therefore the
Yes.
4 columns. Okay.
Yes. Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Uri, I think the overarching comment is that we need accurate drawings to demonstrate what it is you propose versus what you may have proposed and now you're not going to do. This is much too important as structure. So I'm hesitant to even go any further until we get the drawings updated. And
The only thing is it's not changing is those columns. Everything else is what I just described. The columns are not changing.
Uri, I beg to differ. So on the east elevation, you're showing 2 bays. On the existing condition photograph, it shows 4 bays. So
Yeah,
that's a
that's
difference
true.
of 3 columns versus 5 columns. So I'm with Stephen on this. We want to see what's actually there so we can, see how your changes are going to alter what we already know.
yeah. So I think what we're going to do, Uri, because this is too important a structure to proceed otherwise, is to hold for revised drawings to show actual existing and actual proposed. Throw out the previous proposed drawings, like conceptually, figuratively, and literally, because they're just going to make it confusing. We want to see in the next iteration what's there on one elevation and on the counterpart, exactly what you're proposing to change. And that will make this process much simpler for us, which will make it much simpler for you. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Can we get a motion to hold for revised submission?
Can I make that motion and add one thing?
Yes.
What is confusing here is that in the existing, there's so much dotting of the demo, the red, that it's confusing. So it would be great to have 3 different plans. One drawing of what is existing, one drawing of what is getting demoed, and one drawing of what is proposed. And whatever's proposed is getting clouded as typical. That would be my motion.
Angus, just for purpose of discussion, I mean, I don't personally feel the need to see a demo elevation. I want to see what's there and I want to see what's proposed to change. If you want to see a demo, I'm certainly not going to obstruct that, but I think it's confusing, one, and the other comment I want to make is, Uri, we need to have clearly legible lines or we're not going to accept the drawings. This is a perennial issue, nothing personal, but it's, you're on top of it, local professional. We need to rely on you to provide drawings. We can easily discern lines. And I'm looking at the existing demo north elevation, for example, and it's just a washout. We need crisp, clear lines, properly optimized CAD files, and that will allow us to proceed.
Yeah, that should be there. Just
Yeah,
scroll a little
not.
higher.
So So what you need to do is take a look at what you're submitting
Go ahead,
digitally,
right
because
here.
that, I'm sure you're, I think I have the floor. What we're looking at is not that, and what we need is that. Back to Angus. Angus, are you,
You
think-
made the point that that's why I wanted to separate demo from existing, is that it was a washout. It's too confusing. What's what? So that was my only concern, is
okay,
to get a clear drawing of existing and a clear drawing of what's proposed.
okay, so we want existing and proposed, clear lines, well optimized files.
That's
Is
my
that
motion.
your motion, Angus?
Yes.
Thank
Aye.
you. Let's see, Joe,
Aye.
Ray,
I,
I'm an aye. Abby?
I'm an aye.
Sorry, I didn't mean to vote in front of you. Okay. That is gonna move us to 12 Baltimore. I haven't seen Matt, is he online?
I'm in the queue here.
Good evening, Matt.
Is he in a tropical place?
I hope so. One of us should be.
I know.
There we go. I am someplace warm. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Matt, and that does not look tropical. Sorry, buddy.
I pulled, yeah, I know. I'm in the mall. That's a joke. I pulled the
Mall
shade.
in Bermuda.
Yeah,
Is it okay if I share my screen?
it is. Please do.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Bruce Mandel has his hand raised.
Okay. Bruce, we typically take comments from members of the public in a sequence. Are you testing to see if we can hear you? All right, we'll just take his comments when we get to public comment on the application. 12 Baltimore. Matt, when you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is 12 Baltimore. The original structure dates from 1880, so it's obviously a significant historic structure. The general gist of what we're trying to do here is pick the structure up, pull it out of the setbacks. We do have a dashed line. It's the same color, so it's a little bit harder to see, but you can see the original footprint. It's over the setback, and so our plan is to actually pick the structure up, move it so it's compliant, and put a full foundation underneath it. Do some interior renovations, but in general, try to keep the original structure intact with some minor exterior changes. So starting with the floor plans, we are looking to expand this first floor deck. You can see in the existing first floor plans, it's smaller, so we're trying to expand that slightly. It is first floor, so not second floor deck. Running through the elevations, so south elevation, looking to omit an existing door. You got the comparative elevations on the lower portion of the sheet here. So you can see the removal of the door, removal of the chimney. Going to the east elevation, we're looking to add a door, replace double hung windows in that one-story bump out with a set of French doors. Then obviously the deck that's clouded. On the west elevation, omitting a window, and then on the north elevation, making some fenestration changes. You can see the comparative north elevation at the top of the page, and so we're adding, hoping to add 3 windows above the kitchen, set of French doors, and but beyond that, looking to keep all the existing trim, same detail, same massing, and so mostly fenestration changes. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Does anyone have any questions for Matt before I go to
I do, Mr. Chair.
Connie?
I don't see a chimney.
You don't see what, I'm sorry?
On the existing photos, I don't see a chimney.
Oh, that's funny, huh?
That you're saying.
Can we go to the I can't get mine to load. I don't know what I'm having a problem with. Yeah, I don't see a chimney either. Hey, Matt, Connie identifies the fact that there is like a kind of a hidden chimney in reality that doesn't show up on the images.
Oh, it's there. It's white.
Oh, it's white.
Well, let's just say historically. I'm looking at the cultural resource page. Unless I'm gravely mistaken, but you can see like this white thing on top of the roof.
I think it's,
No?
I think in that image, yeah, but I think since then, I
Maybe
don't
somebody
see it.
took it down.
Yeah, I don't see the existing photos either. So
Okay.
maybe
Okay, well,
maybe we took it from the historic. I'm not sure, honestly.
okay. Okay,
So
well,
maybe-
you didn't take it down, did you?
No, I didn't. I did not.
Okay, well, I mean, we got that resolved at least.
Yeah.
Okay, so Connie, thank you. That's interesting. Any other questions? Okay, any butters?
No, Mr. Chair, but Bruce Mandel has his hand
Okay,
raised.
Bruce?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. Our Nantucket Review Committee that I think you guys are familiar with after the disbanding of the advisory board, looked at the plans and some of us found them a bit confusing. The COA shows proposed work as a guest house, yet some of the documentation is showing a relocation of an existing historic structure. So that's a little confusing to us.
Mr. Chair, could I just chime in if it might alleviate any confusion? There is an application that's on the further down the agenda for a new guest house, which is a separate application.
I don't see it on the agenda. Thank you.
Yep, okay, thank you. Matt, so you've got a separate application in that is the guest house.
Can I continue, please?
You
Thank
may.
you. The staff shows an historic structure circa 1880. This property is in Nantucket's Village Height Overlay District and is in Nantucket's Historic District. It's a contributing element of the island's designation as a National Historic Landmark. And the submitted documents address the new dwelling and the relocated historic structure. So it's of concern.
Bruce, what's the concern specifically? Bruce?
Historic neighborhood and runs counter to the results of 2 surveys of more than 400 Nantucket residents, which confirmed the goal to maintain the country and low-density nature. The proposed guest house seems to skirt the Village Height overlay height dimension.
Bruce, we're not talking about the guest height. Bruce.
Yes.
You speak at the allowance of the chair.
Okay.
You are bringing up topics which are not relative to this application. We are not reviewing the guest house. I've asked you before. I will ask you once again. Please reserve your comments to the application at hand and matters that are under the HDC's purview. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's what you're reviewing is visible from public ways. And I said, it's confusing. The agenda shows a move and the submission shows a new structure and a move structure. But the vertical height, first of all, there's no dimensioned elevations. We only can go by what's in the COA as to what the height is. The COA shows 24 foot 5 inches with a grade height increase of 6 inches plus or minus. But that's measured from a flat ground existing grade when the plans show a sloped grade, and it should have been measured from the center of the sloped grade. So we're concerned about that, and something that I think should be cleared up. So it's concerning to us, and historically, the elimination of the chimney that showed on the plans runs a little counter to preserving a defining characteristic and an element contributing to our designation as a natural historic landmark. So our group would just suggest that the review be held up to clear up the discrepancies in the items I just spoke about. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Let's see, does anyone else have any questions? The board is myself, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Connie. And Matt, I have a question.
Sure.
From the submission, you're moving the structure. You're not altering the height of the structure, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's an existing structure. The height is not being altered. Is the grade being changed?
No, that's not our plan. Nope.
So there's no proposal for a grade change. There's no proposal for a height change,
But there is a new foundation.
and there is a new foundation, which we're aware of.
Correct. And we typically put, Mr. Chair, like plus or minus 6 inches just to account for, general site conditions, if you will. But you'll see that the existing topography, the topo lines are shown in the elevations. And this structure is not 24 feet tall. But regardless, we're not changing the height. We're literally moving the structure on site.
Okay. And then I want to square up one other item. The chimney, which Connie identified in the image of the historic structure, but does not appear to be present in the more current images. Do you have the existing images handy that you might have a higher resolution than we do to determine the status of that chimney currently? It's showing on, I believe, the rear elevation of the dormer center, almost off center the ridge, but straddling the ridge. And I'm not seeing it in the other images.
I'm not seeing it either. And
There's no chimneys on this thing.
yeah,
Okay. So
I think there was historically. So, and I think that's probably why, but it's clearly not there now.
So I think for whatever happens here this evening, the eliminate chimney should be struck from the bubbles and the notations.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Who'd like to begin? I can. Ray.
I've heard all the comments. I've read Holly's comments, but I believe that this renovation of this building is a sensitive one. And in particular, I would like to talk about the windows. There are a lot of windows, but this is one of those cases where there are a lot of windows when they're trying to make it seem like a filled-in porch, which is something that we encounter and approve very frequently. So I look at the amount of glazing, which Holly called attention to on the north elevation, and I feel like it's appropriate. I would, Matt, I only wonder, like, what are those things that look like window boxes under the 3 windows in the dormer? I think it's just an apron, but I don't know.
I think there's an existing condition.
Oh,
let me just zoom in here.
maybe so.
It's got like
not
kind of
big-
it's got like a really thick sill, from what we could gather, but
Right.
our intent was not to change, that style. There's definitely some quirkiness with the building, but it does.
There's a
look-
little sub apron underneath of those windows right now. That's what it is. It's not.
Yeah. Not a window box, but it is like a thicker sill. I think I'm guessing the sill was close enough to the abutting roof, so that they would put a piece of trim in there as opposed to trying to shingle it.
Yeah.
I think it's only like 2 or 3 inches, but
Okay, Matt, thanks. Let's see, Angus?
I would agree that in general with what Ray has said about this being a sensitive renovation. My concern really is with the French doors, just in relation to the age of this and simplicity of the structure. I would rather see in the proposed east elevation, there being one 12-light door with a kick panel and a 6th light to match the other 6 lights in the same relation to the corner as the double 6-light unit adjacent to it, or 6/6. And likewise, coming out on the north elevation, to have a single door with a kick panel and maybe another window like the one that's on the other side of the triple in that north elevation. Other than that, I mean, with a house of this age, it doesn't it doesn't seem right to not have that center chimney as is in the historical information. But you know, there's not one that's in the current photo, so it's hard for us to say we'll put one back. But those are my only concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Abby?
Yep, yeah, thank you for just restoring this old house. My thoughts on the south elevation, if you scroll up and look at the old photograph of the south elevation, you'll see two windows and an old storm door with those sort of old-fashioned hinges. And that old historic sort of Nantucket, Tuckernuck look is, you can't buy that. And I wish that was showing up somewhere in your design, just that simplicity, 2 windows and a storm door. I think that you've gone a little bit like over fenestrated, especially with the French doors. And on that south elevation that Angus was referring to, I agree with Angus on that the French doors really overwhelm that little shed there. And, you know, that would be the perfect place to put an old storm door on the left on that east elevation, just to give it that old Nantucket charm. And I agree about the chimney too. Where did that chimney go?
Right, yeah. We actually, yeah, I'll look into it. I don't know if we pulled that from the historic photo. I think that's where but it doesn't look like it's there now, but I'm assuming that we took it from the historic photo. So I'll find out what the issue is with that.
Thanks, Matt. Connie?
I have really nothing else to add. I am in agreement about the French doors, and I don't know, I kind of would like to see that chimney back on the house.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I read the comments, the submissions. I agree this is a sensitive move and remodel. I agree about the French doors. Matt, I think maybe, I don't know, what do you guys think? Should we do
Hope for
a
revisions.
for a minor revision?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, we're happy to do that. And I'll see if we can't, if I could through you, Mr. Chair, just, Abby, you were suggesting on the east elevation, in lieu of that 6-light 2-panel, maybe reuse or recreate that door that was on the south, perhaps? In lieu of that door, is that what you're suggesting? Or would you prefer it stays in the south?
Sorry, I can't hear you that well.
He was saying that those kind of old Nantucket
Yeah,
features
the storm door.
there, or do you want them on a different elevation?
Everywhere you can put them.
Okay.
Okay.
You got that,
Okay.
Matt?
Yeah.
Heavily sprinkled, like I like pepper on my mashed potatoes, please. We got a motion to hold for some minor revisions. Abby?
So moved.
Angus?
Hi.
Ray?
All right.
Connie?
Aye.
And and I. We're gonna do 12A Raglan Ave. I just want to comment, you know, I thought the wind was picking up. I can feel it like on the back of my neck and my feet are cold. And then I
Yeah.
realized that the AC must be on again, which has been months since that happened. And I thought
That
maybe,
makes sense.
I thought maybe the heat was off.
My
I thought
feet,
maybe
I'm
the heat was
frozen.
off, but I think maybe we're getting frozen.
I'm
up.
also falling
Ray, would you
asleep.
mind sharing this? I'm gonna turn the.
No, I don't mind at all. Are you on it, Stephen,
I
or
am.
you,
I just-
okay.
I can't sit here.
Okay, so Matthew,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I'm chairing. Stephen is on, but he's going to be up there working on the heating system for a little while.
Okay.
So I've lost track. Where are we in the rotation, Connie?
Elevate Gregland.
You just went? Okay, Joe, you're on this one.
Excellent.
Okay, so Matthew, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is 12A Gregland Ave. I think everybody's familiar with this area. Former storage area. I think that's, it's obviously an industrial area. And so this is a proposal for a mixed use structure. It's basically very simple. It's a series of car storage bays, above which are two, basically a duplex, two apartments, if you will. And I think there are 5 bedrooms each side. And so this building is a, reflection of where it is, and it's very utilitarian use. So anyways, I'll just start with some photographs just to show you the site. Obviously, I think everyone's familiar with it, and it's been cleared. Here's some context, show you where it is. And there's obviously metal buildings, kind of simple forms, if you will, in the area. And so basically our mandate was to try to provide these parking spaces below, but then include this housing element above it. And so the building footprint is fairly long and narrow. As you can see by the site plan, we do have to provide 20 to 24 feet of backout space for these storage bays, if you will. And we've got a couple of parking spaces at the rear. We are surrounding the perimeter of the site with privet hedge, but I'll just run through the plans. Again, you can see the first floor is very straightforward. Second floor are basically two apartments with 5 bedrooms each side, basically trying to integrate a housing component to it. So like I said, the building is long and fairly narrow, but we figured, with this area and what the architectural context is, that this would be appropriate. So the west elevation is the facade of the building. It's gable forward. It does have a 1-story additive mass towards the front, but then when you work your way back, the building is a story and a half. The storage bays in the first floor have a pretty tall ceiling, by design. We're trying to get 13 feet ceilings in the first floor. And so, but having said that, we went through a number of different iterations where the building was really, kind of simple. And we tried metal siding, metal roofing, and then just based on some of the feedback that we received with 1315 Nancy Ann, I think that was helpful in this process to try to add some more detail. And so the building does have some adjustments to the massing as you step back, as it telescopes back. The proposed siding type is natural cedar. It's a 1x10 natural cedar. Trim is painted gray, sash is black, and that front door is blue. Obviously, the longitudinal elevations are, long. But again, the building does telescope towards the back, and we're obviously trying to take a more utilitarian approach to this structure, given its context. But obviously, we're looking forward to your feedback. On the north elevation, you'll see that the elevation between the front section of the building towards the rear does step down. We tried to make as big of a step as we could. There's about 18 inches of a ridge height change from the right side to the left. That connector piece, if you will, is the stair core. So it's a very efficient building, if you will. But in terms of the massing, the dormers on the front side of the building or the right side on this elevation are flush. And as it steps back, the dormers are set back so that the shed dormers are set back from the eave, and that eave line is continuous.
Hey,
We
Matt,
did. Yes,
I hate to interrupt you, but Abby's given me
The hook.
the hook. Okay.
yeah, I think, so I
Well,
think we're gonna eat with our eyes now and kind of make some
okay.
comments, okay?
You guys should start playing music
sorry,
when it's time for someone to wrap up like they do.
You beat me to it.
Great idea.
Do you want to take this back or want me to do it?
I don't care.
All right, yeah, okay, so it's me, Abby, Angus, Ray,
Joe.
and Joe. And any questions for Matt? Okay, who'd like to begin?
I can.
I'm happy
Ray.
to start.
Oh, was that Angus?
Oh, go
We'll
ahead,
Ray,
Ray.
then Angus. Next time we'll go Angus, then Ray.
All right. For me, this falls under the category of it is what it is. And we're starting to accept these buildings in a way that I think 10 years ago we never would have. But so I have a question for you, Matt.
Mhm.
I appreciate the intent of this long or two long pent roofs that go over top of your garage bays, right?
Mhm.
But when and the brackets and all that stuff, but when I look at where the garage, the head of the garage bay, which is already quite tall, of course, because it has to accommodate an 18-wheeler, why is the pent roof probably another 2.5 or 3 feet above that, and why the steep roof pitch?
On the back side, you can see on this left side, it's probably, we could lower it. We could lower it. I think it was actually the shingle coursing that was exposed when we had it in a lower position, kind of drew your eye to it, but we certainly can lower it.
I just feel like the pent roof is a signal of how, dramatically high everything is. And if that pent roof could come down some more, at least it's, becoming somewhat more human scale. That's my thought. But that's all I have to say about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus?
Well, Ray hit my my main point, which was bring the bottom of the pent roof in line with the bottom of the head casing of those doors, because that really is an indication of the height. But if you go back up to that elevation that we had, up, back down, yeah, there, yeah, the top of the pent roof, to Ray's point, with it being steep. This might be a way to change, to sort of break up the front from the back, is to have that be a continuous gable from the bottom of the pent roof to the peak of the main roof, on that part, and then the pent roof on the other one, to the right in this picture. So all pent roofs would drop uh, to the point of the head casing, basically,
Mhm.
of the doors. But that might be a way to break this up without changing it. And proportionally, I think, what before I was thinking, if the pent roof could drop, the whole thing would drop. That the second floor could drop with it. And I'm not sure, what the program is with the 13 feet, but it feels like that upper level is fairly modest. The second floor is modest. It's just, it starts up so high. So I don't know what room there is to bring that down, but I do think that the pent roofs, coming down as much as possible is going to help with it. And just maybe thinking about breaking up front and back with the idea of a continuous roof line on one and not on the other. Um, but and in the front elevation, yeah, I think that's where you see it, that overall height, that verticality, that west elevation. Um, Ideally, that would just, drop any amount that it could. Um, and I think that the front gable, extension out there on the west side, will help mitigate, but anything that can happen to drop it down some, I think would be helpful. That's all, thanks.
Thanks, Angus. Joe?
Yeah, well, for 142 feet long, I think it's a well-done building, especially when compared to the buildings that are in this context. Probably worth starting there. The pent roof thing is something that I was looking at, and I was actually wondering whether or not you only have it on the tallest section of the building, which is in the front, and whether or not that just goes away altogether on the back, because the perspective that I think might be up one page on this, yeah, that one, that, you know, like all of those brackets and that perspective just seemed to be a little bit overwhelming and was kind of running contrary to all these other moves you've made where the eaves are different and the materials are different. But to have that like character defining element be on both masses, I thought might be overkill. So I could see the pent roof going away on the back one, but keeping it on the taller mass. And the only other comment is whether or not the materials flip-flop so that the tallest mass doesn't have the vertical boards. It has the shingles, and the back mass has the vertical boards. I don't feel that strongly about it, but it really, I think, is just the pent roof. And by the way, if they were to remain on the front elevation, I think the comments that were made relative to dropping that make a lot of sense. And that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Abby?
Yeah, I've been listening. I like a lot of what I've heard, and I particularly Joe at the end there with the flip-flopping the shingles and the vertical, and maybe having that long pent roof only on one of the massings. I really appreciate the cupola on the taller mass. I think it really breaks it up, and yeah, compared to what's out there, it's pretty groovy looking.
Thank you, Abby.
Right. Great
Matt,
feedback.
I agree with the, you know, the types, addressing the pent roof, trying to mask a little bit of the height, mask some of the breakup of the length. That's all been covered. I'd like, you're going to be doing some revisions. I'd like to ask that you please, request that you add a landscape plan to include some visual mitigation in the form of columnar trees on the property lines north and south. Probably not dissimilar to what happened over at Wiggles Way. But I think that's going to be an important element of these types of structures. The gable facing Gregland is, you know, going to be the front face, but you're going to see the length of this otherwise without some of that vegetative mitigation. So those are my comments. Can we get a motion to hold for revisions?
Yeah, just a few.
Yeah, just a few.
That's my motion.
Abby's motion is that. Abby?
That's my motion.
Angus?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Joe? And I'm an aye.
Hold on. Aye.
Under business unanticipated by the chair within 48 hours, I'd like to get a motion that we submit through staff a formal request to the town manager that the heat be turned up to a minimum 69.5 degrees in the facility while we're here. It's currently at 67.1.
Yeah,
My
they're killing
feet-
us here. No
excuse-
pizza, no pizza.
Hold on a
no
minute,
heat.
please. I want to keep it on topic. My feet are freezing. We're all wearing coats. We can't see our breaths, but we have important people's work to do. And there's no reason we are not in an austerity budget. So can I get a motion to have a letter drafted and submitted with a request for a minimum of
So
69.5 degrees?
So moved.
Um,
Just
on-
as a point of information,
Yeah,
who's drafting that letter?
staff.
Okay. Just so it's
I
clear.
will, I'll sign it on
Okay,
behalf of the
yep.
commission.
Okay.
Motion by Ray, Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
I'm an aye. Joe? Well, Connie's here, so I'm gonna have her vote.
Yeah, it's nice of
Feeling it.
Yeah, right.
Okay. And that'll be on behalf of the entire commission. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll put that on the agenda to ratify the vote at the next meeting. We're going to move back to our regularly scheduled events. 88 Pocomo Road. Matt?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for the guest house at 88 Pocomo. You can see in the site plan where the proposed guest house is. This is a similar location to the previous guest house. There is a pretty big, if you recall, there's a fairly big topography change, if you will, on the site. And we've engaged a landscape architect, and so I've actually seen the first draft of the plan. So, the elevations that we're going to show you actually show the pretty severe elevation change, but will be before the board for the landscape proposal as well. But I think it will kind of help mitigate. But as a practice, we basically will show the more severe elevations. So, but generally, here are the elevations. So, starting with the east, this is the elevation that actually has the under basically the drive out garage below it. Like you're all fairly familiar with it, but the topo drops somewhere in the range of 8 or 10 feet. And there are plans to, terrace it and tier it down in a way that's a lot more elegant than we're showing, but we wanted to get the architecture before you. As a whole, the structure is intended to read as a 1.5-story structure. All the exterior trim details reflect the main dwelling. And so essentially from first floor up, try to keep it a fairly simple structure. The south and north elevations actually obviously show the slope. Like I said, I feel like through our landscape plan, we're gonna have a much more elegant way to navigate that. But because of the topo change, it's a perfect opportunity for a drive out garage. And so that's the intent. As far as window types, trim, color, all matches the main house. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Thanks,
Cue
Matt.
cue the music.
Go ahead, I missed that.
I was just saying, cue the music, cutting myself off.
Okay, the music. Okay, let's see. Me, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Joe. Who would like to go?
Are these revisions or this additional information?
This is a new business,
No.
new guest house, new business.
This is the house that,
This is where that house
yes,
was moved.
it was somewhat controversial. So now we're looking at the, I won't get into it, but now we're looking at the guest house. So previously, under a different owner, we had approved a different guest house in the same location.
Yes, that's
So it's
why.
not really a revision, it's like a new guest house.
I have a question for Matt. Matt, so what's the status of the structure? The new structure's been approved, correct?
The new main dwelling has been approved.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. It seems later than it is to my brain right now. I think the only concern I have is not having the context of that building to look at.
We're happy to provide that. I can do that.
And then the other thing would be, I think maybe, you've got it, but it's a sensitive site up there and there's been a lot of grade changes over time. So if you just, kind of dusted off the section that ran through and show us if you're making any changes, I don't believe you are. It'll just give us an understanding of, there's a lot of exposed wall here, but my understanding is that that's an existing grade condition.
It is, and there's not a huge deviation in principle from what the previous landscape plan was. But we can show you, basically whatever we have at this point for the landscape plan, but I can update that site section.
Okay, yeah, and just label it as, I presume it's existing as opposed to proposed?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a construction site, so we do have, one of the things I talked about was we do have an approved landscape plan that was, very, very detailed and showed, basically spot elevations. And so we're kind of using that as the basis for
Matt?
yes?
If I may, I, I think what I would suggest, thank you for that, it's helpful, is just to present present the previously approved section, and if you're making a modification proposed, and we can leave it at that, understanding that the site is in flux. But a lot of the grade work had been done, so that'll be helpful. Are you okay with us getting that information? And I mean, I don't want to speak for the board, but I kind of will a little bit here, is I think, given its location, a lot of this revolves around the grade. If we have that information, we could probably move pretty rapidly through this.
Happy to
And
do
the prior existing main house?
Yeah, happy to do that.
Okay.
I throw onto that, the only elevation that I'm concerned with is the east elevation. And it's overly ornate, opulent at the moment. So visibility is going to be a key to this.
Okay.
Can I make
yeah.
one comment too?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Regarding this site section, and how it affects the north elevation, because the north elevation in the elevation shows the stair and just the sloping grade, but the site plan shows terracing and retaining walls and so forth. So I think the site section will have an impact on that elevation, which I guess is also the integration with the landscape. From the grade plane up, I think having the existing house as context would be helpful, but the overall massing looks good to me.
Okay, thanks. Okay, guys, if we can proceed then with a motion to hold for additional information and any tweaks Matt wants to make in the meantime. Matt, you know the additional information we're looking for. Ray, on your motion?
Aye.
Let's see, Joe?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. I hate to put this stuff off, but it's going to be more productive.
Yeah, there's too many unknowns.
Yep. Let's see, we're going to move on to 2 Hamblin Road.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll start.
Please. Yep.
Okay, so this is an application for a boat barn to an existing property. This house was built maybe 9 years ago as part of a road purchase. This portion of the property was purchased, a paper road, or half the paper road was purchased. And my client's looking to store, basically use it as a storage structure. It also has a first floor office, if you will, attached to the rear, and then some additional storage and or flex space on the second floor, future use to be determined. I don't know if everybody's familiar with the location, but it try to keep it fairly simple, story and a half. It has a vertical 1x10 cedar. Exterior trim colors are white to match the existing dwelling. Same with the window configurations. Pretty much all the details are to match. The intent was that this is kind of a utility outbuilding, if you will. And visibility, I think, obviously you're going down Hamlin. This is towards the end of the road. And so I don't think it's going to be in a highly traveled way, but and even if you did see it, I don't think it's such a terrible thing, but just trying to give you some context. Elevations are pretty straightforward. I did, there's some detail work that I kind of just noticed on this rear addition, which again is in the back of the structure, which I really don't think is going to be visible from anywhere. But some of the detailing, the intent was that this rear section was a porch that was enclosed, and some of the detailing didn't quite come out the way I wanted to, but we did provide these perspectives just to show you the relationship of the main house to this existing structure. There is actually also to the left of the main dwelling, there's basically a zoning shed to the left. So compositionally, we tried to make it successful. All the trim details, the roof pitches are match the main house. Same thing with the dormers. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Matt. I just wanted you to be aware, we're having problems downloading it and viewing these files. So if there's some way you could maybe make sure the CAD files optimized before and separately
Sure.
from any scanned images or documents, okay?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry about that. We usually try
No,
to.
no biggie, just we're trying to be proactive on that. So Holly had the historical related comments were within Cliff Road neighborhood. It's an infill. The main house was circa 2014. And obviously, you guys have previewed any scope of work or staff comments or recommendations. So with that, the board is me, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Connie. And I want to just take a moment before we continue to clarify for the record that the temperature in here is 66.7 degrees, and it's a couple degrees colder down here always than up there. Thank you. Who'd like to go?
I can.
Ray.
So I appreciate the renderings that show this next to the house. But it does bring out what I think is my largest concern, which is that it's far too much of a departure from the house. I think that there's like no common vocabulary in terms of its shape, the details, the dormers, the way they're situated, the little cupola. I mean, I think I would, and the siding, of course. I'd love to see this building simplified more in some ways and to have more in common with its parent right next door. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm glad you showed the main house. The main house on the left-hand side has some additive mass. I wish it related to that more. Yeah, it's a good-looking design. It just doesn't relate to the main house. Thank you.
Thanks. Angus? Connie?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. I'm also wondering if it could be brought down. It looks awful tall
Agree.
to me. And I understand it's for a boat, but I still think that second floor looks awful tall. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with Connie.
I'm unmuted now.
Okay, Angus, go for it.
I feel like if there were some way to flip this, because it seems like the lower floor is where, you'd want that to be single story, and then the part behind that, away from the road, would be, where you would have the two, double story. And I don't think, we really are asking or wanting to have the deck looking out towards the road, but it feels like the massing in the program are kind of flip-flopped in a way that accentuates the height and size of this. I don't think anyone has a problem with a boathouse beside the main house, but putting a living space above it is I think problematic for the massing and kind of overwhelms beside it. And I don't know whether it helps to put a larger pent roof or some sort of shed or stepping something down, but that east view is just, I think that's could use some work. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I agree with what's been said. Can we get a motion to hold?
Can I just offer, Mr. Chair, just briefly?
Yeah.
One thing I would say is we did intentionally try to, not change the language, but definitely wanted it to be viewed as, a different structure and a different use. But anyways, having said that, I got a lot of great feedback, so happy to make revisions.
Thanks, Matt. Angus, on your motion?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
I'm an aye. That moves us on to 2 Dukes Road.
Thank you.
I need to recuse from this. I
Right.
might speak on it, depending on whether Pat, the builder.
So you're representing it?
I might be.
Yeah.
He was gonna Huh?
Yep. Mr. Chair, I
Pat
just,
is there?
yes, I
Okay.
just brought,
So for the record, Ray's recused. So that means Connie and Joe will sit. And Pat, when you're ready, do you
there.
want to have us kind of control the presentation and you direct staff, or do you want to share your screen?
I don't have anything to share. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can. So kindly, once you begin, just let staff know which page they should be on as you go. You're directing what you see on the YouTube channel.
So basically, as you're all aware with the address and the work we're doing there, the original, when the owner purchased the property, there were 2 buildings on it. There were 3 buildings. One was an old, really old garage. It was the original house, and then there was a cottage there. And he was very excited to be that he heard that people wanted the buildings, the 2 older buildings. The garage was not worth moving. And the smaller building in the back went pretty quickly. That was taken almost immediately. And we listed the house, that house right there, back in August of 23rd in 23 in the I&M for, to be, if anyone wanted it. And I came on this August of 24 as the builder, and there was a number of people that said they were very interested in it. And so we went ahead with the owners paying for this to lift up the house, have it all put on wheels, ready to go. And every time that I've shown the house to someone, and these are people that were in the neighborhood or very close by, people that needed housing, when they walked through it and seen the amount of work that needed to be done, everyone has passed. And I've walked at least 10 different people through the property. I'm very sensitive that we want to be able to, save a lot of the buildings that we have if possible, but if it's not been maintained well, it just doesn't make sense at times to try to move it and then renovate it. It's just not cost effective, and this has been one of those houses. So we're, coming back to you and asking if it's possible to get approval for a demo.
Okay, thank you, Pat.
Yep.
Does anyone have any questions for Pat at this time? So Holly's comments, 2 Dukes Road, contributing NHL data, main house, circa 1940 colonial revival, and the 1940 aerial map, and let's see, intent of October of 23, it was approved as a move off only. And that was it. The board, again, is myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Joe. Who'd like to go again?
What are our choices, actually? I mean,
What are our choices? I mean, we've approved demos of structures in the past that fall into this mid-century era. It's not an individually significant structure from the comments. There's no person of notoriety, an architect, any cultural events, the criteria that would indicate individual significance.
what is the date of it?
Circa 1940. Can I just ask Pat one question?
Sure.
Because I'm interrupting the flow of how we normally do stuff. Pat, so, I mean, I take you at face value, but I would like to know for the record, how many of the individuals can you guys document, how many individual queries of interest can you document? Is it, you've had 10 people come through, 4 of them formally sent emails? Is it 10 people come through and you've gotten emails from 9? What's that shakeout like?
So I've got a number of text messages from people that I've gone through. I mean, I don't have it in front of me right now. I can put the list together.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to know, 1, if it existed, and 2, to what extent. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so, having asked those questions, Abby, you want to start, or?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, so 1940, and, yeah, no, this is such a, it's a shame. I don't know, yeah, it's too bad we don't have a spot to move it to, because it's a charming little farmhouse, and I'd hate to see it demoed, but I don't know the condition or anything like that, so
Okay.
yeah.
I just want to throw this out there. I don't know if it's possible. Patrick, is it possible to schedule this for our next hearing and do a view and have access to the extent possible to take a look at the interior? Not that the interior is an area that the HDC has control over, but it could inform our opinion as to this being something to be salvaged.
Yeah, we can definitely, if you want to look, I can walk you through it. We can get inside easily enough and show you what people have looked at. You know, one of the persons of interest had a property, an empty lot on Vestal Street, so literally around the corner. And he, after looking at it, he's a person who grew up here who's looking for housing, and he said, it's not really worth me moving over there. But if you guys want to take a look at it, I'm more than happy to show you through the house, and you can make your decision as well. The other thing is, it's also right on the edge of being able to go around certain corners to move, like how, you know, if it went out of the neighborhood a certain distance. And I've talked to a couple of different people at Toscana about like the feasibility of getting it towards like Fairgrounds Road. It's tight. Will it make it? They're not quite sure. And we took off the warts of it, as you see the one right here, to make it possible to move. If you were to cut it further, then it doesn't make any sense to move. So if you had to cut it in half to move it somewhere, it would cost you could build a new house.
Okay, Pat, I think what I'd like to suggest, unless somebody feels materially different, is that we would do, can we set up a view for Monday afternoon between 3 and 4 p.m. and members would stop by and take a look, and there'd be somebody there with a ladder or something to assist?
Yep, not a problem.
Okay, so why don't we say 2 and 4? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Kathy, did you have?
Mr. Terry, I just probably give a couple of hours, so you have
Yeah.
any quorum issues.
Yeah, 2 to 4, and just if you have it overlap, don't, you're not there to discuss it. You guys can be on the same site, but just don't have discussion or deliberate.
Yeah.
You'll be on the honor system. Pat will tell on you. Okay? So can we get that motion to view it between 2 and 4 on Monday?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I don't want to be presumptuous. Is there anyone who has a known conflict for Monday between 2 and 4? Connie, you do? Anyone else? And when would you be, are you available on Monday otherwise, or Monday's not a good day?
I'm going to be gone all that next week.
Okay, and
Nice.
what's today, Tuesday? What about Friday this week?
I'm gone, sorry.
You're gone still?
Yeah,
You are? When are you leaving?
tomorrow,
Okay. And when are you back?
Monday the 3rd.
Okay, so you would be back for the March 4th meeting. Well, we can try and make accommodations for you when you get back, maybe
Okay.
for that. If you maybe touch base with Kathy and give her some times, and when she can maybe reach out to Pat, or someone in the office could reach out to Pat. I don't want to layer up too much work on this, but I think it's important that you have a full board. Okay, so we're gonna do it. Does anyone have an issue doing it this week, Friday?
I can do that Monday at 4.
Monday, so we'll keep Monday
Yeah.
between 2 and 4.
Yeah,
Okay. Is that your motion?
sure, yes.
Okay. On your motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, thank you all.
Thank
Will
you.
we get notice of that, or do we just need to make notes now?
Pardon me?
Will we get a note, will anyone from staff just like send out an email saying open house at such and such 2 to 4, or are we just making our own personal
I think we
announcement?
could just, I think let's leave it at, it's 2 to 4. Pat has committed Monday, put it in your calendars. Kathy will address trying to schedule something for Connie. And then that keeps the load light for her, and we're, we can just put it in our calendars. But I think, thanks for asking, because otherwise you wouldn't know to write it down. Okay, that's,
Well, you have my phone number, Stephen. I don't know if anyone else does, but you can pass that along.
actually, yeah, that's a great idea. We'll put it on the YouTube now. No, we'll have Kathy pass that out to the members.
Very
Thanks,
good.
Patrick.
I'll text it to you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks, everyone. That's helpful. Let's see if we can have a better understanding there. 25 Hussey Street, demo garage.
Oh, that's me.
That's Joe.
Joe.
Raise back.
I can share my screen too.
Yeah, please.
Oh, okay, there we go. Hold on.
We have this application and 2 more folks.
Sounds good to me.
For ce soir?
Pardon?
We,
For one more. Oh,
Yes.
yep.
that is.
So are you all set?
Yep. Japanese in there.
You're
Yeah,
all set?
go for it, Joe.
Okay, great. So this is an application for a demo of a garage that is on site at 25 Hussey, which is at the end of Hussey Street as you're coming from town, right at the bend. Existing house, I'm just zoom down here, is circa 1730s in the front. This wing in the back was added within the last 10 years. And this is the garage structure back here that is, and I've got some documentation here. It's over this setback line, just about on the property line, and the grade rises in the back. And this client of ours has asked us to do a guest house, and with a garage component in this location. So in thinking about the construction of this structure and the excavation of this structure, and the fact that this existing structure has been taking on water due to the grade that's around it, I thought we would bring it before the board as a demo. I don't think it's possible that it would move off. Now, the caveat to that is that one of the things that we've discussed is a demo reconstruction. I asked Holly if there were any precedents for that, and she did pass along an application that was approved recently where a structure was deconstructed in panels, and then there was a new foundation that was put underneath it, and then the structure was redone. Because it's our intent that at least half of this one bay that's the most visible, if you can see it in the bottom right here, that this one bay would stay as is with the current profile, and we would essentially attach to it some kind of a structure that has a utilitarian feel, not a cottage feel. So we're trying to basically expand the outbuilding. This, just in terms of dating, so the main structure is from 1730, and the lot has changed a little bit over time. The arrow points to the lot, and the red dot points to where the garage is. So 1887, 1898, 1892 The house is here. There's no structure in the back. 1904, the lot now includes this piece in the back. This wing was demoed when they did the addition. This is this wing here too. That's the addition off the house, no garage. So up through 1923, now the lot, this is the current lot configuration. They've acquired this little piece here. Still no garage structure. So we skip to the 40 aerial, and there's a small structure here in 1940. And then in 57 is a larger structure. So it could be as early as 1940. And I felt it was worth bringing before the board, considering the front house is 1730, but they're certainly not of the same era. So here we had the building scanned. So the grade that you're seeing here is accurately represented. So if you were at Academy Hill looking down, this is E. You're looking at the back of the structure, which is pushed into the hill. This is the driveway side. So the grade rises up significantly in the back. And you can see here that it's really buried into the hill. And it has been, so our clients, this is an interior shot that I took a few months ago. The grade comes up into here and they've got water infiltration. They don't really put anything in here that they want to keep. So a move off is tricky too, because there's none of these plate heights are the same all the way around here. I think this back wall is about 24 inches high. So we are here to see if the board would be comfortable with us removing this completely. And then our fallback would be, would we be able to deconstruct it and potentially utilize some of these materials on a watertight foundation that would go back in this location? So that is it.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Any questions for Joe?
I have a question.
Angus?
And I may have missed this in the beginning, but Joe, are your clients interested in a two-bay garage? I mean, if it weren't leaking, is this kind of the structure that they would want?
To some degree, yes. We have, I didn't want to commingle these things, but since you asked the question, we do have a design in process that actually maintains the two-bay portion of this, and we add to it over here. And one of those bays would be for storage, and the other bay might be the entryway into the house. So we're exploring one where there's one bay that's maintained and one where there's two that's maintained in exactly this profile. We're not looking to get living space above this structure. We're trying to come up with a realistic way to deal with the grade changes that are around the property, and also the existing tree that's here that we know is going to have some impact on this structure here. So that's a long answer, but we are looking at having at least 50% of this maintained, and then have a barn-like structure added to this thing eventually.
Thank you
But
for
I
that.
wanted to bring the demo before the board to see if we need to factor maintaining this in its current location and we can't touch it, or what other flexibility could we have with the existing materials here in some reuse capacity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. So Holly's comments echo Joe's. The main house circa 1733. Caleb and Abel Gardner in the Wesco acre lots and the OHD. Garage HD survey is undated. The application is demo garage 562, and we would just want to clarify on the COA what is being moved or demoed, if we're differentiating the structure on the left from the double bay garage section. Joe, question for you. You know what structural material looks like over the years for construction. Did you estimate the date of this?
No, I didn't want to be presumptuous. We'd be fine having somebody come in that would be able to give us a date. My clients love the character of this and of the house that they've purchased. They actually live here year round, and they want to do something that's in the spirit of this structure. They just like to be able to use it. Because
Sure.
right now, like, they put things in here that's okay getting wet, essentially.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's like a outdoor shower room. The indoors, so the materials themselves they look to be relatively conventional framing from the imagery we're seeing. Do you know, are they mill finished? Are they rough hewn? Are they irregular shaped and it's just not showing up in the imagery? What are we looking at?
They look relatively uniform to me. They're not rough hewn, and I think some of these boards are newer. It's certainly not like a timber frame in any way. And I think it's all 2x4 material, but I haven't measured the actual members. And we've got looking at a block foundation.
Yeah, no, to me, it's it's mid-century type stuff. And then the last question I have is with the potential restoration or rebuild of the structure or a structure to mimic this structure, are you looking at that kind of salt box roof solution, or are you suggesting, do you think something else?
Sorry. I didn't mean to pull this up. We are looking at doing. I don't want to commingle applications here. One thought I had is that maybe this is an opportunity to introduce you to this, and we table it and we file for the proposed structure, and they get considered at the same time. We submitted this back before December. It's taken a while to come up, and since then we've actually spent some time working on a structure that actually maintains the profile of that existing building. So it might be worth tabling the conversation.
I think what I'm going to suggest is I want to get through questions and then see if there's any abutters and Mickey. And then what I would suggest is we go ahead and we explore this a little bit and see where it ends up. If it's in the direction of looking at what's proposed, then we can pivot in that way. So that ended my questions. Thank you for blowing up that image. I think that's very informative. And I certainly would like to see, if we're going to hold this over, which it sounds like we're going to one way or the other, some additional images that would be helpful for the record. And I think Holly requested that. Any abutters?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mickey?
Yeah, so this is potentially parts of it at least are an 85-year-old structure. And, we were thinking that it would be much more preferable to have this become part of it, a new building, rather than to be completely demolished. So I'd love to see Joe's proposed sketches for incorporating this into a whole new design. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. That's helpful. Let's see. So it's me, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Connie. Who would like to go?
I can go.
Ray.
So for me, understanding, the way things were built years ago and not necessarily taking into account the degree of moisture and all that sort of thing, and building into the sides of banks and all that, the stuff that we look at now and say, oh my gosh, that's going to be awful. of course, everyone, I think, loves the look of this building, set in the back, single story. I think for me, if you were able to document the size of this building, window sizes, door sizes, roof pitch, the whole bit, and incorporate it into your new design, I would be interested in looking at the new design and evaluating what, if any, of this is renovated versus a new build to look to basically take the same shape as the building that we're looking at right now. Thank you.
Thank you, right. Let's see, Addie?
Yeah, I have a similar thought. I think the main thought would be, as you look down the driveway, you see the reminiscence of the garage. So you might keep that sort of proportion, but then to the left, you could bump it up, maybe reverse it, because right now you've got the taller version on the right and the smaller massing on the left, but if you just kept that proportion at the end of the drive and then went up. The other thought I had was looking back from Academy Hill, it's sort of charming to see the tops of those roofs. And I'm hoping that it's one of those wooden roofs so that it still has that old fashioned look where you're up on Academy Hill, but you're looking down on these old buildings. I think it's a great project. It's gonna be so much fun, Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I popped a preview up on the screen that essentially describes what you're talking about. This is the exact profile based on the scan, and we're looking at attaching something without dormers to it and only having dormers on the back side and pushing this up. So from the back, you just see the roof lines, and it would be all a wood roof. I know that's not what you're looking at now, but I figured I'd show you that that's the direction we're moving in. We just want to make the reality of the construction of this work for the project. And so thank you for thinking about it.
Thanks. Connie?
Yeah, I'm glad to see this. And I think if we could somehow capture what we have now and incorporate it into something similar, I think that would be great. I do like, I do like the low profile. And I do like how that looks, like they were saying, at the end of the driveway. So thank you, Joe, for sharing.
Thanks, Connie. Angus, did I hit you?
No, not yet.
Oh, please.
Joe, I appreciate you doing the research and supplying all the photographs and the scan and all that. It's all really helps to think about this and sort of a preview of what you're thinking about doing with it. And I guess all that sort of reinforces my thought of seeing that interior shot, whether those are, 16 on center, it looks more like 20 or 24, maybe, I'm not sure, but it looks more like, the 50s construction rather than 80s or 90s or something. And everything looks to be in pretty good shape. So ideally, especially if this is to be used for storage and all the sort of new modern construction would happen next door, ideally this would just get lifted and a good waterproof foundation, would go in. But this looks like too good to waste. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thanks, Angus. Joe, my thoughts are, I'm not adverse to deconstruction. I think if you can demonstrate that there's rot and panelization doesn't make a ton of sense, or some panelization doesn't make a ton of sense, and demolition does, I just would want to see the imagery. I'm not adverse to the concept of either you presenting a proposed what it will look like in addition to the addition at the next sitting. I think that's beneficial. I am concerned that the massing of what's proposed not be dramatically larger, and I would like to get a better idea of what's actually visible of this structure from Academy Hill, from the public way, as opposed to, maybe not from the public way. And I think my first comments address some, having some additional imagery of the interior.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna hold for some more information. If you wanna put the other application in, Jason too, and to explore alongside, that would be beneficial, and we'll go from there.
That's my
Okay.
motion.
Thanks, Abby. On your motion,
I'm on aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Connie,
I,
and I'm an aye.
All
Okay.
right, thanks.
Thanks, Joe. That leaves us with 22 Vestal to wrap up the evening.
Mr. Chair, hang on one second. I think it's Jake Murphy.
Somebody's
Oh,
holding
what?
it.
Yeah.
What happened?
No, I'm bringing Jake Murphy over. I don't know if he's representing this or not. I don't recognize his name.
I thought that was being held.
No, for East Chestnut's being held.
I'm so
Wait,
confused.
22 Vestal is up next.
Yeah, that's the one I said.
Right.
22
So
Vestal.
I believe Jake Murphy is speaking on this. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, okay. Jake, are you speaking on this?
Yes, sorry, I was just getting connected. Yes, I'm one of the owners of 22 Vestal. My business partner Nick. He and his wife just had their second baby today, so I'm stepping in for him.
Ah,
All right.
congratulations.
Yeah.
I hope they named her Stephanie. Why don't you run us through the site plan, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so essentially what we're asking for, Mr. Chairman, is approval on the hardscape. So it's pretty simple. Mostly brick driveway, brick sidewalk. You've got, everything's pretty standard. We tried to stick to the to what the area itself has within it. So that dark red brick on the driveway and on the sidewalks. You can see in some of the pictures down below. So that's obviously, this is the grade or the plot map, and you can see the driveway for 22 Vestal there on the northeast corner. But we're essentially looking for your opinion and an approval on materials used, and kind of go from there.
Okay, great. And the arbor is proposed for what location?
So the arbor should be on that right side, near the driveway. So we had there's basically a walking path or an area there, on the right side of the property line.
Okay, thank you. Holly, any questions? I'm sorry, what was your first name again?
Jake.
Jake, sorry, I can't see the screen from behind me. Any questions for Jake?
Yeah, I got one. Jake, it would appear from the photograph of this board fence that it's pressure-treated wood, is that correct?
I believe so. I
That's
believe
the
we're trying
wrong
to.
answer.
Well, so to be fair, I'm definitely not necessarily the person to ask on that. We matched the wood from the surrounding fence area, so I don't think it is. I think I know we matched the fence, but I would need to get clarification on that from our builder and from Nick.
Okay. Fiona has something.
Yeah.
Is it called out here?
Natural water.
He seems to have labeled most things. I'm trying to see if I can see if it's called out or not.
Thank you. Fiona.
So what's shown as a southern yellow pine pressure-treated board with pressure-treated posts and cedar caps. And the hesitancy you're getting, Jake, is that cedar is, although incredibly more expensive, is a more refined material. And I think certainly to the extent that this, anywhere it would be closer to the street or visible,
Yeah.
that would be a concern. But we're gonna get into that a little bit more. I think that was a very valid question and concern. Holly comment is driveway and running bond is appropriate to the neighborhood, the dimensions meet zoning bylaw. Sidewalk is an extension, the sidewalk proposed is an extension of the sidewalk. It's appropriate, however, you're gonna need town admin and perhaps DPW to weigh in prior to doing work on the sidewalk in order to get their approval. Maybe you can even, work out a little gifting it to them type of a thing if it's not in the easement already. If it's in the easement, it's their property, so they need to approve it. And they may have a plan for that work and so on and so forth. So you're gonna wanna touch base with them. We can address materials here this evening, but we wouldn't be addressing authorization to skirt any of the other boards or regulatory authorities. Any abutters? Mickey, anything?
Yeah, briefly, the fence that he's showing on the drawing comes right up to the property line. It's a 5-foot fence. And I think it's logical that you don't want a 5-foot fence right up close to the street, so that should stop at least behind the front facade of the house, not going right up to the street. The driveway shape is a little peculiar, and I'm not sure if that's actually required to have the apron 10 feet wide if the driveway is only 7 feet wide. But if that could be sort of streamlined and just be a simple straight driveway without that kind of jog in it, that would be much more pleasing. And the little thing, perhaps the sidewalk looks pretty wide. I don't know what the dimension is. I'd want to see that that's meeting the neighborhood standard of the width of that sidewalk. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Mickey. Let's see, myself, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Joe. Yeah. Would like to go.
I can go.
I'm happy to echo what Mickey just said. The sidewalk width, keeping the driveway, the consistent width, and the high fence being back behind the facade, maybe where that perpendicular connection is to the house, or even further back. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Oh, and certainly the material that you've already discussed.
Okay, thanks, Ray.
Echo Mickey and Angus on all that stuff. And yes, we should make a note not to do pressure-treated wood on the fence.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Joe?
Yeah, I come back at least 2 sections and almost to the corner of the adjacent house. Given the way that those 2 structures are offset, that fence is going to have a lot of visibility. So I think it should step down in height to a 42 or something for the last. I don't even think it should go to the street, period. I think it should right where it comes off the house perpendicular. I think that should be like 42 inches, and then it should go back at least 1 section at that same height and then step up. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah, it does.
And I echo all the other comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, is anyone left but me? I think not.
Well,
Oh, Abby, go ahead.
I agree with everything that's been said, except I'm a little bit worried about the image of the white arbor. It looks super wide, and I'm hoping it's made out of wood. But it does look a little bit on the plastic side. So I'm just checking to make sure that that is.
I believe ours will be made out of wood. I'll make sure that that's noted, but I believe that's what Nick said.
There are, sort of standard arches like this, and they are not that wide. They're usually about 3 feet. This one looks more like 4 or 5. So I would scale that down.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, so I think what we're looking for is, this one is worthy of getting some revisions and additional information. Before we get there, I want to comment on the fence. I don't think it's appropriate to be used in a post panel, post panel, post panel. Typically in the old historic district, unless it's a conventional fence, it is a posted system with a skirted board, which is to say the neighbor's side sees solid wood board, and then there's a type 2 cap on it. And that eliminates a lot of, how would one say, busyness. It eliminates the caps, it eliminates the cost of the caps, good for you, Jake. It eliminates it's just a much simpler presentation that's historically correct. So I think this neighborhood could, if they don't have it, they'll benefit from it, and it's certainly the way we'd like to be going, in my opinion. I agree
Okay,
with,
is there, sorry.
I agree with the idea of no fence. I think that for me, the fence section showing closest to the sidewalk should just be eliminated. The section perpendicular to the house and parallel to the house, both those two sections that adjoin in a 90-degree could be 42 inches, and they could be a board with cap, hidden post from the outside. The rest of it should be a board with cap, hidden post from the neighbor's side. The driveway, I think I guess it looks odd in plan, but I think in practice it's gonna be okay. The sidewalk, however, needs to be addressed with respect to its depth. It's very wide, and unless the neighborhood sorry, I keep saying that. Unless the neighborhood sidewalks are that wide, which I don't believe they are, that should be changed to conform. So those would be kind of the revisions you've heard others speak, kind of weigh out where you felt the volume of votes would be, and we'll take a look at this when it's resubmitted. And Jake, you had a question?
Yeah, just real quick, Mr. Chairman, is there a specific style that fence is called? So I just want to be able to write that down so I can annotate that to Nick, and so we can kind of get that changed.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, it's just a board fence, whereas what you're proposing is a panelized system.
Okay.
So basically, instead of going in between the posts, you go on the outside of it. And you hang it off of, a top rail and a bottom rail. The only other thing is, please take a look at other arbors in the neighborhood and submit a couple images, and we'll pick one for you. Or give us 2 that are really bad and the one you want, and we'll pick that one for you.
Okay.
I'll get a motion to hold for revisions.
So moved.
And additional information. On Ray's motion, Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. Approved minutes of December 10th?
So moved.
2024, I should say.
That was Angus.
Angus, on your motion.
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Connie? And we'll get a motion to, our next meeting is, no meeting, February 25th. Next meeting is March 4th. It'll be old business first and then new business.
No meeting next week.
Get a motion to
I'm out
adjourn.
of school.
Thank you. It'll be the 4 sitting here. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Oh,